You're listening to the Classic Gamers Guild podcast.
This makes my nipples hard.
Hey there, welcome to the Classic Gamers Guild podcast. Today we will be chatting about Conquests of the Longbow with our special guest, Matt, aka OneShortEye. So that is the plan. Here we all are. Let's go.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
That's awesome.
This is exciting. I was braced for one of your infamous 4-minute long intros, and you just kind of stopped. So.
I'm behaving for now.
This is exciting. We're really happy to have you on, Matt. Thank you for coming on and talking Longbow with us. So this game means a lot to you, I assume.
Yeah. So, oh gosh, where do you even start with this? I love this game. I guess is a place to start with it. I've been speedrunning it since like 2019, on and off. It's hard to speedrun like over and over and over on the same game for me anyway. But point being, I love this game, and I'm currently working on a video about it. Actually, 2 videos about it. And the video that I'm working on now has just sort of ballooned to be all sorts of the nooks and crannies of the game that people typically don't know. And I guess the way that I think about this is that if you have watched a Let's Play of Longbow, or you have followed a walkthrough and played Longbow, you have only seen about half the game, if that. And so, yeah, that's sort of where I am with it. But yeah, I played this game when I was a kid. I just love sort of the world building with it. And if you bought the game, with the box, it came with this beautiful manual that was illustrated in, medieval style drawings. And there was a bunch of lore in it. And then it came with a 9 minutes Morris, like little cardboard board too, that never really sat flat, so you really could never use it, but it was still cool. And then just exploring it was really neat. And I guess I would say, honestly, I think this is probably the best Sierra game. It's definitely my favorite.
Okay, let me get a little more specific on the origin story too, because the way you're romanticizing is really nice. It reminds me of like how I clutched onto the Willie Beamish manual and just like brought it to class with me every day for like a semester. So did you get it like when it came out, or maybe just hit us with some nostalgic feels for
we must have gotten it when it came out. It would have been the early 90s. My dad was the person in charge of buying games for the household. So it was sort of like whatever he wanted to get, right? And so we were a Sierra household, and we had a bunch of King's Quest games. We had this one. I know that we had the Laura Bow games. We also had Freddy Farkas and a bunch of other ones. But I think I to this day wonder if my dad just didn't know about LucasArts, because I didn't play The Secret of Monkey Island until like 2001 or something. Right. Like I just didn't know about them. We just didn't have them. There's nothing against LucasArts. It was just my dad never bought them, so I never played them.
Very European, maybe. Yeah.
We must have bought this within like a year or so of it coming out, I think. Just played it to death. We also had the hint book. Before then we called the hint line a few times for like Space Quest 2. Stupid game. But then after getting too frustrated with that, my dad just preemptively bought the hint books. Which the hint book for Longbow is pretty cool too. It's got it's got sort of a nice introduction behind the scenes thing. There's like drawings in it that are concept art and like sort of a interview-ish sort of thing with Christy Marks, and it's pretty cool. Even though it has wrong information at the end, as many of the hint books do, but that's another story.
Does it really? It actually leads you astray?
Yeah, well, it's not anything big. It's just with the point totals at the end. It's like one of the rows is switched around, so you think that one that one thing you do has this many points and the other thing, but it's switched. And then there's something really obscure. It won't make sense right now, but when we get to talking about it in the game, maybe I can talk about it then. But we should probably at some point. Well, I mean, you're running the show, but maybe talk about what this game actually is. I feel like we just started talking.
I was going to say we were all so excited about this game that we jumped right into it. But this game is actually done by it's a Sierra game, but it was designed by Christy Marks, and we might know her from Conquests of Camelot.
Doing a little Troy McClure there.
We might also know her from such TV shows such as Gem, or even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and just so many other prolific casting and directing and producing jobs out there. But these two computer games, this is her second game that she had done for Sierra, Conquests of the Longbow. And by the time that she had gotten to making this game, she understood that she didn't have to follow continuity the same way that she did in the first game. And I'm sure you're going to elaborate on this, Matt, but she really figured out how to create a truly open world game within a format where traditionally that wasn't even possible or really heard of.
Yeah, I mean, it's still an adventure game. Retake that, dog. So yeah, it's still an adventure game, right? I mean, so it's still linear in its backbone, but there's so much variation that you can do, and there's so much of like you just sort of imagine Richard Aronson, who voiced Cedric, but was also the lead programmer on this game, and other people who were working on it. You just imagine them thinking, well, okay, what if they did this? What if they did that? What if they showed this person this? What if, they just completely ignored this thing and then went and did something else? And it's crazy the amount of attention to detail in it. Yeah. And it really feels in a way that I don't think other adventure games do.
No.
Yeah, I think my favorite feeling or sense from adventure games growing up was always like it felt like the early 90s equivalent to an open world, to like a massive open world, like traveling through Lighten or in Space Quest, like being able to choose what planet you go to or what story you stop at. Like as a kid, that was, especially with the limited amount of games and tech and everything, like that just, it felt incredibly immersive. Like it was probably the one facet I can't fully do justice with words to it. I mean, I don't think any of our listeners don't understand, but it would be something I would struggle to explain to people, like how a tiny game like, well, I was going to say Police Quest being especially tiny, but even Longbow, like how a game like that could feel like this giant open world. And this game does it. Longbow does it, as you said, just probably the best. And if not the best, then you couldn't argue with it's the most complex, I think, the most options, the most branching. It's
very branchy, very branchy.
Yeah, very
Is
branchy.
Is that a word? I don't know.
And well, like you said earlier too, if you had played this with a walkthrough, you've only seen, I think you said half being generous, and it's incredible how much game there is. I'm trying to articulate better. I guess it kind of comes back to the trope of the replay value, but it's like you really could play this game 4 times and get a largely different experience I would argue maybe 4 different times. There's that much going on. Like whether you want to be like a scumbag Robin Hood or a good Robin Hood, or I remember like okay, so I did want to kind of go around the room and ask, so we could do this now, why not, is what type of ending that we each got the first time we played it. And I would say for myself it was the second best ending, where you don't get her hand in marriage. But the thing I wanted to mention was I was so conditioned by Sierra games that when one of my first playthroughs, if not my first playthrough, Marion died, and I just restarted. I was like, well, there's no way they'll let me finish with her dead. And like I think it was day 2 that she died in, and I was like, I just assumed it was going to be like a Walking Dead situation, and I didn't know until very recently that wasn't the case. I could have actually finished the game with her dying right off the bat.
Well, it depends. If you're talking about day 2, then that is a dead man walking situation. She can die later in the game, and you can keep going. But if you're talking about day 2 where it's the monk attacking her, then Lob the Cobbler will bonk you on the head later, and it's a game over.
Okay, that's actually incredibly validating then, because I've always had a little bit of regret for starting over at that point.
Which that is to my recollection and my understanding, that's like really the only dead man walking situation.
Nice, which is impressive for early Sierra. Well, for Sierra.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so what about you guys? What was your here? I'll offer a little more direction than that, Matt. What was the first ending that you got? Like the first time
I have no idea. That's a funny question. I don't remember because my memories of this are mostly of like just trying different things, of exploring a lot. When we get to the end of the game and talking about it, we'll talk about the endings. Yes. I could not tell you. I don't remember.
That's fair. That's fair. It was like, what, 92-ish?
Yeah, the game came out in 91, so I would have been playing it around 92, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's a straight. Anna, what about you? You've and a quick background too. So I'll mention that obviously Matt's played it when it came out ish. I played it for the first time about 5 or 6 years ago, and then Anna, you've just now played it for the first time. Is that correct?
No, I played it when it first came out. My dad was a Sierra guy, and he brought home all the games. I got this not long after it came out, and I thought I hadn't actually finished it, but when I did the playthrough, I recognized just about everything, and I think I did. But if I did, I wouldn't have gotten any farther than I think Pardon. It was probably the most likely thing to have happened, anyways. So I doubt that. I don't think I saved anybody. I don't think I got up to Forrester or anything in that level. I doubt I did that great this time. Now, here's interesting. I was finishing up another quick run of the game before we had this episode, and I didn't entirely finish it. I got to the point where the guy's in the tower, and you have to do the hand code, the one specific hand code, and what I had written down wasn't actually the correct hand code, and he wouldn't trust me to go with me, and I got stuck there.
Did you... Okay, I know we're jumping ahead here.
Go ahead.
Was it liege? Was that the word you thought it was?
It's liege is the word I thought. Okay. I thought it was... That's what I had written down.
So here's what that is. Okay, so I guess for people for context, I'll explain it as simply as I can. We're going to get to it. But basically, at some point, this is a Robin Hood game. I don't know if we've said that already. It's a Robin Hood game, and at some point, Maid Marian gives you a password that you have to give to somebody else, okay? Mm-hmm. When she gives it to you, she spells it wrong, if it's liege.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You have to spell it correctly later.
No
So it's
way.
the I and the E is switched around.
Oh my God, I checked my notes, and I was like, did I write a different word down somewhere? And because I knew all my notes.
It could be that. It could be that. But this game does have a quirk where one of the potential passwords, and it is randomized, by the way, but one of them is liege, and Marion spells it wrong, but the game wants it spelled the correct way.
Wow. Little bit. That reminds me, obviously, of Rumpelstiltskin off the bat. But yeah, just some.
Oh my gosh, it's true.
Some playful gaslighting.
Liege instead of Leige.
Yep,
That is, the game got me. Oh my God. I was so stressed this morning. I just want to finish and get my final score so that I can talk about it.
It's amazing that game development before Google, it's really quite forgivable in a sense. At least I can understand tremendously now without if I didn't have Google to go to. Imagine having to go to a library and get a thesaurus or something just to check it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there it is. That's my answer.
To her credit, though, the manual has an extensive bibliography that Christy Marks used. I know this wasn't your point, but it just made me think of that. That she read a lot, and they draw on a lot of historical stuff to make this.
It's true. Even fiction books, I've got it in front of me.
Make it feel real, even though apparently a lot of the. Some of the lore isn't accurate because it comes from Robin Hood legends, which they themselves are not accurate, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That is something that Paul and I, we talked about it briefly, is they've taken a story that's kind of a legend and then they've added legend into the legend, kind of.
Yeah, see, and I really appreciate that. So mm-hmm. What Anna's referring to there would be the there is a fantasy element added when it comes to especially the gemstones where mm-hmm. and to everybody listening. Well, okay, I'll tell you what, real quickly, let's at least catch everybody up through the first 2 days, right? So
okay, yeah, let's do that first.
Right, okay, I'll help us all with some direction too. So day 1 and 2, I've kind of got these all grouped into twos, 1 and 2, 3 and 4.
Or if I can say, even before we get to that, just so people understand. So it's a Robin Hood game. And in the prologue of this, we learn that King Richard has been captured on his way back from the Crusades. He's being held by King Leopold of Austria, and King Leopold is demanding 100,000 marks for the return of King Richard. And so that is the context that we're in, and what you'll see is that really the game the main storyline of the game is how can we help King Richard as best we can.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. That's a level of articulation and organization that our audience, frankly, isn't used to. They're like, wow, that's nice.
Come back for other episodes. We need that. This is good. So back at the camp, Robin Hood begins at camp, fills his purse, and
even before that, I just need to say real quick that I love the artwork of when Richard's getting kidnapped. Like they do this, they do the artwork in like black silhouettes of everybody under the moonlight, and it's just like it's very very striking. I love that scene. But okay, so basically the first day or two is a well, that's not true. Actually, the first day is a more typical introduction. Not tutorial-y, but like a more world setting where it lets you know kind of the rules of the world that you've walked into, and you manage your camp, and you assist a peasant. You get a taste for heading down to the road for the first time, and I think you practice archery. Is that the first day?
Okay. Yeah. And the first day of one of the is you have to find the practice archery glen.
Right. Oh, that's right, and you have to find it. Yes. Yeah,
you have to find it. Yeah, there are 3 things that you have to do on that day. So what happens in the game? You come out of Robin sleeps in this cave, by the way, which is kind of cool. It's like your place. I wonder where the rest of the merry men sleep because it doesn't really say. I'm assuming in the trees. I don't know. In the mud.
This is my cave, guys.
Yeah, he gets the cave with a nice little toasty fire in it too. But anyway, you come out, you meet everybody. What I like about that opening sequence is that it's kind of telegraphed like where you need to go. So, for instance, we'll say, hey, I'm going to be practicing at the shooting glade, and that's one of the things you have to do is go there. And then John says something like, if you need me, I'll be over at the Overlook, and you have to find the Overlook. But anyway, yeah. So you have to fight. The 3 things you have to do on day 1 is to go to the shooting glade. You don't have to practice there. You can if you want to. And you also have to discover the Overlook. And the Overlook becomes really important because you go there like almost every day to have like an encounter. Like it's an overlook that's overlooking Watling Street. And so people will just kind of randomly walk down the road and you can have encounters with them. But a sheriff's man comes down with a peasant. You need to deal with that in some manner. And then the last thing you have to do is to meet the widow at her cottage and meet her sons.
Talk to her pet, you.
You don't have to, but yes, you should.
You were supposed to.
One of the things in this game that's cool is like you can talk to a lot of things you shouldn't be able to. Like you can talk to the you, and it doesn't just like bleat. It like actually will talk back to you. It's just like it's not magical. It's just a gag, right? But you can talk to that. You can talk to rats in the game. You can talk to a cat and a duck, etc.
Yeah, I guess one of the things I love the most about this game would be how it's broken down into days. So I guess if any time, probably now would be a good one. I guess go into that. Again, we're terrible at laying these things out, but I really, and I want to get both y'all's thoughts on it too. But I really appreciate how it's laid out in days, and I like how the road is almost like the bookstore in Gabriel Knight. Like you kind of have this common ground where you start each day from, and kind of get like a briefing or see what direction the day is going to send you in, and it gets not ritualistic or formulaic, but maybe habitual. Like you just kind of get into a nice little habit of like this is how this world works. We wake up, we head down to the road, we see what kind of nonsense is heading down it. Again, much the same as in Gabriel Knight where they did days, and you started in the bookshop. And I think these games rubbed off on me, I can say personally, I decided to do the Phantom Fellows that way, where it's in days, and it's like you start off each day in the bedroom, and yeah, I think I took more from Longbow than I realized, just in the sense of like being able to talk to rats, as you said, like just these little, just beautiful. I don't want to just say they're just Sierra traits and rip off any efforts on Lucas's end, but the things that I really appreciate the Sierra games for, which is they have this ability to take you by surprise when you get a reaction, like a custom reaction. You're like, holy shit, they actually programmed that. It's insane. This game is just covered in those moments of like, wow, they thought of most things. But yeah, okay. So anyway, sorry. So all that to say is I really appreciate the way it's laid out into days, and it's motivating, I guess, in a sense. That's, I think, what I'm trying to say. It's oddly motivating. It doesn't get like, it doesn't feel grindy at any point, because it's like, by the time it starts to feel a little like this is a bit much, like the day ends and you get a fresh start on it. So I don't know, for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's very flowy.
Yeah, I like the day structure. I think that it's pretty effective. I would say occasionally when I'm playing through this game, if I haven't played it in a while, one detriment to it is that the days feel sort of the same. But even though if they're not, so like I'll wake up and think, okay, is this a day I need to go to the Overlook, or is that like they sort of blend together in that respect?
Right.
But I have no problem with it. Otherwise, I think it's a fine way to organize it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point, because I was thinking when I was preparing for this episode, like I've with 13 days, I do lack some precision as far as what happened in exactly what day, and I think what you're describing there kind of causes that little blurred line there. Occasionally, but
and the fact that different days sometimes, like, which monk are you going after or what are you doing, it's like you can't even follow a traditional walkthrough half the time anyways, because what if it goes a different way you do? You got to flip around on it. So the whole game's kind of like that. It's like, not sure what's happening today. It's kind of like the other days. I really like the closers at the end of the day. That's one of my favorites too. How, especially, after seeing some of the more closers, if you have bad endings and stuff. But I like how it gets wrapped up at night and it continues on, and sometimes even references whatever happened last night the next morning. That sort of continuous feel for the pacing mixed with how each day is self-contained. It gives me a bit of a reward being that I'm busy too. I'll be like, okay, I finished a game. I can save the game and do something else now because I feel like I've accomplished something, rather than, I still need to do 20 more tasks. I'll pause it here and come back to it later. So it's like a satisfying feeling.
Right, yeah, because you get those, you're talking about the campfire scenes, like at the end of every day, your men and you gather together, and it's real cozy too. It's a cozy scene. You get the music, and I don't know how many people notice this, but like the music is different depending on if you screwed up that day. Like it's really sort of like if you did something that was bad, the music is more like melancholy. But if you did what you were supposed to do, quote unquote, then it's a little bit more upbeat. But anyway,
that's incredible.
I like this.
I didn't know that they brought it all the way down to the music, but I guess it makes sense that you say, because I do recall like the mood of the conversation is often different too. Like if Robin did the right thing or the wrong thing, and also one of my notes is just to compliment the writing in the sense of how they make everybody feel like it feels like they're friends. It's not written in a clunky, weird way where each one is like their own little standout, quirky character. Instead, it really does feel like a merry band of dudes who know each other, and they get kind of ball breaky with each other in a fun way. And it's just like, it feels very, very cozy and very real.
Yeah, one thing that Christy Marks mentions in the hint book, and I think they were smart for doing this, is that they did not want to tell an origin story of Robin Hood and how he met all his men, because in her words, it was something like, because we've seen that already in tons of media, and now they already know each other, they already have a relationship, we're just going to go have an adventure.
Right. It's almost like the modern equivalent of like, we don't want to see Uncle Ben die in any more of the Spider-Man films.
Any sort of mainline superhero, we really don't need an origin story ever again for any
Batman's
of those characters.
None of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So in Camelot, there was actually only 3 points over the course of the whole game where the player choices determined the win or lose state. If we were to put that into perspective with Longbow, what do you think the answer would be? I think because there's like 2 to 4 choices for each character and situation, like all across the game, really.
Oh man. Well, I mean, we can talk about that when we get to the ending or not, or we can talk about it as we go along.
Awesome, I like that.
It's not what people think, and I guess we'll get to that. But there's a lot. It's more than 4. I'll say that.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
It's like taking those 4 and putting them in a kaleidoscope or something, just infinite.
So we may as well talk about it. One of the things is how you deal with the peasant. So you go to the Overlook, as we stated. And there's a sheriff's man who's following a peasant, catches up with her. It's obvious that he's going to take her to Nottingham. and it's not good, right? And so you have to figure out how to deal with him. And there's a number of different things that you can do. You can try talking him out of, of taking her. That doesn't work. You can try. One of the funnier ones, I think, is if you walk down the road and then back. They'll have a little bit of banter, and then you do that again, and one of his buddies comes along and shoots you with a crossbow.
Wow.
Which is great. You can offer him money to hey, let her go, and I'll give you some coin. That doesn't work. You can even blow your horn at that point, and you'll go down there, and I forget exactly what it is they say, but they make some excuse as to why your men can't help. I think if I remember right, this one was Jack, the soldier, threatens, if any of your men come any closer, I'll cut her throat or something like that. So that doesn't work. So what you're supposed to do is to shoot him just with your bow. Well, yeah, one of the things that's great in this game is the bow icon,
yes.
right? That you can just try shooting everything and everyone. You can't actually shoot most things in the game, but you can try at least. But anyway, yeah, you shoot him, and then the other thing that you can do is that you can try walking up to Jack, and he warns you, don't do that, or I'm going to kill her. And you do that twice, and then he does. So there's that. And the other thing that I love that I don't know if many people know, but you can just walk away, right? You can just literally walk away and just give up and just be an absolute coward. And Robin will even comment on it and say something like, that was a large act of cowardice. I'm kind of surprised at myself. So there's that, there's all that. But as to your question there, if the peasant survives, if you rescue her, you get some ending points for it, and if she dies or you let her be taken to Nottingham, you get negative points, basically.
Right.
There's the points Yeah. So that's an interesting one. So there's the points that are in the upper right hand of the screen, which are your normal Sierra points, right? You get points and points. And this game has a lot of points. It's 7,300 for some reason, which is pretty ridiculous. But those are more like a completion score. Those don't directly have anything to do with your ending. So one of the factors in your ending is what I call a reputation score, or you can think of it like a good guy score. Did you do good things in the game? And so the peasant is one of those things. It's plus or minus 500 if you save or don't.
Okay, so behind the curtain, they're taking tabs on they have a moral compass, I guess, going on behind.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, that's probably a decent way of describing it. But yeah, the way that you deal with certain people and whether you do certain heroic or unheroic things,
right?
That definitely affects your ending, and that's one of the things that I think is really great about this game. And I think, Paul, you mentioned it a little bit earlier. You can choose to really be not Robin Hood in this game, damsel in distress, and whatever. See ya.
Yeah, I think that's almost the epitome of how I don't know what how perfectly done this game was in the sense of choice and option and open world. The best way I could equate it to is what you had mentioned earlier, Matt, with where Robin Hood can just walk away. And I feel like in just almost virtually every other adventure game, not only of that time, but even currently, would just give you a message hey, dude, I can't walk away right now. Yeah. I'm Robin Hood. This girl's in trouble. And as a player, I would understand it. I'd be like, that's fair.
Yeah.
Nobody really likes being railroaded, but I think we expect a certain degree of it, especially in adventure games where it's okay, we probably should stay.
You can't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No, absolutely. I think that's what's in contrast with this is most other games. Yeah. Even now we'll either do one of two things. Either you'll die.
Yeah.
Or for whatever plot reason, you won't be able to do the thing you're trying to do.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, exactly. And it's and you can almost feel when developers are reaching for that. You had mentioned if you try to blow the horn that the guy is like, no, I'll slit her neck. And when you had mentioned that, I'm like, I could almost imagine the dev team being like, whew, man, good one. I'm so glad we thought of that. Like, because it's like a legit good reason that you can ship in the game. Like, okay, cool. We got an actual reason to where we don't have to, animate this next scene or whatever the case may be. That's a ton of work. But yeah, to be fair, that is kind of contrary to my point in the sense that Longbow, this game does not cheap out. Like they really do let you do a miraculous amount of things.
Even in that example, I didn't explain this, but your men do come first, so they didn't have to animate it. So they come first, and then he says, send your men away or I'll cut her throat. So
right, man,
didn't save any development time on that one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you know how long this was in development for? I'm just curious.
I have no idea. I don't.
It feels like it's got to be forever.
I'm imagining the guy's just like, "Are you serious? You really need us to draw this? We just draw through this and this and this and this."
So I mean, it feels like it would have been in development for a long time, but this is also Sierra, with Ken. We've got to get it out by Christmas Williams. There, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. So, okay, I think, if we could cut into day 2, because now we've got Robin meeting up with some pretty important characters that are continue on in the story in day 2.
Yeah, so the one thing I would mention that's pretty important is overnight, over the day 1 to day 2, Robin has this dream, and it's about this woman who's dancing in the willows. And in the dream, she leaves behind this gem that becomes pretty important, and the willows whisper her name, and it's Marion. So this is obviously our love interest for the game.
Mm-hmm. And isn't she a cutie?
Yes, she is. It's a cool dance she does, too.
I was going to say, there's rotoscoping, right? In this game, this is not just like random programmed movements. They've got some context behind this.
So at least according to the hint book, what Christy Marks said is that, well, we know just generally there was rotoscoping in it. Mm-hmm. But that dance was rotoscoped. For Robin's movements, because he's always carrying his bow. They got a real longbowman. I don't know if that's the right word, but somebody who knew how to use a longbow and had him walk around and rotoscoped him in various poses.
Wow.
I was just trying to imagine the type of person that would know the correct one, and if they're one of the few hundred listening, like, man.
And then just imagine them putting that person on a treadmill and telling them to walk with your longbow.
Right.
Oh, goodness.
They probably waited their whole lives to pretend to be Robin Hood, though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Well, this has to be really early example of rotoscoping then, right? For 92.
It would have been an early one, yeah. I mean, it was after Prince of Persia.
Right.
And so it wouldn't have been the first one, but it would have been early.
Mm-hmm. King's Quest 6, I guess, was in and around that time period.
What's his name? Who's the Persia guy? Jordan?
Merchner.
Yeah, he was all about, because he did Last Express, and that was heavily rotoscoped too, so he was all about that.
And Karateka, which is a game I grew up with. That's like my heart is in that game. And Prince of Persia. I love those games. The movement, though, amazing. Go ahead.
No, okay. Sorry, I was diving back into day 2, and I will say that one of my few notes for day 2 was I was not in a negative way, but I was surprised. The story just immediately gets going in day 2. Like, here's Marion, the pacing in the game I think is very good. So as we go along through the episode, it'll make sense why they did this so soon. But at the same time, I think I was almost surprised to see Marion on the second day.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little, how to say it. You're right that it gets going pretty much immediately, because it's, and though it is a little bit, I mean, it's a little bit odd on reflection, though I guess it fits with Legends too, because what happens is that, Robin Hood's just hanging out, and then I think it's Will who comes and says, "Hey, Lob, the cobbler from town wants to see you." All right. Oh, yeah, but he wants you to bring a woman's slipper.
Right.
Okay.
What's with this guy?
So I guess we better go find a woman's slipper. Oh wait, hey, here's Marion. She's a woman, right? And we get her. Somehow she knows to give us the slipper.
Everybody knows Lob's a feet guy, you know.
Yeah. That's a
thing.
Yeah. Yeah. This game really likes its trinkets though. Like as we see, like it's a lot of like get this little trinket, give it to this person. Here's another trinket, give it to this person to prove something else. And it's
and here's the thing in this story: you have to save your game before showing anybody anything because you never know when somebody's going to randomly keep something.
That's absolutely right.
I'm like, I'm used to doing that.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, tell me a story about this. You're welcome. Or thank you. I mean, it's like, no, I just wanted you to tell me some information. Could you give it back maybe? No.
I definitely had to restart over the emerald because it's just like, hey, check out this cool emerald. And he's like, oh, right. Yeah, thanks, mate. And he just kind of pockets it. And you're like, oh, so you're going to keep that.
Yeah, well, and it's inconsistent too, which makes sense like per the characters. But like if you try to give the emerald, and for those listening, this is the emerald that Robin got in his dream that is still in real life somehow because magic. So magic. Yeah, if you show it to your men, they're like, "Hey, that looks great," but you ought to hold on to that. Like, I don't know. You that's your thing, man. Yeah. But then yes, we'll point out as we go through this, you can give that away. You shouldn't.
Yeah.
But instead of showing it to people, it can be gone.
It's no wonder I would reload games because it's kind of amazing as a Sierra game that you can still finish the game, right? Because there's so many other Sierra examples where you can give away the thing and the game's ruined.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking of all the things in King's Quest V, like that you're supposed to use in the mountains. That
don't
if you just
eat the pie.
Yeah, don't eat the. I mean, why would you eat a pie? It's not like it's an edible thing and you're hungry.
Or Larabo's sandwich. There's another one from Raw. You can eat the sandwich and ruin the game.
Well, though that one is actually. I thought that was a dead end, but it was explained to me later that it's not. So what you're talking about is when you you can eat the sandwich, or you can do it. Is it that you eat the sandwich? Or not, I can't remember. Maybe if it's you eat the sandwich, so that's a different one. What I'm thinking is if you you give the coupon to Luigi, right?
Right.
And then the sandwich thing pops up. You can click outside of that, and that disappears. And then it's like, where did the sandwich go? I don't have it. But what you can do is go back, and somehow there's a newspaper that's magically reappeared, and you can go grab the newspaper again and get another coupon.
Okay. I think that exact thing happened on my last playthrough.
Yeah. So that doesn't screw you over. But I can't remember if eating it screws you over, or if it'll even let you eat it. That I don't remember. But I do know the thing where you click outside of it, the sandwich disappears, and anyway.
Awesome. No, it's especially. I mean, we all have normal lives also, where like we go into the rest of the world who doesn't know Sierra games. So it's just nice to be able to cross contaminate honestly and just be like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
If we didn't say that, we're talking about Dagger of Amon-Ra.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
It's another Sierra game.
Yeah. You say eat the sandwich. I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah. No.
That's impressive. Yeah. So little context.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So where were we with this?
So we got to rescue Marion from a Fens month. Yeah. That's kind of what's happening right now. And maybe collect a slipper while we're at it, because it's also
maybe do that. We have to find her first, which is kind of weird because you're just supposed to wander around the forest, and there's like only certain screens where this encounter can happen. Yes. And like it's like you have to go into a screen twice to get it to do anything. I don't quite understand that part, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, you randomly walk around the forest, and there's Marion. She's being attacked by a black-robed monk. You can let her die. You can actually walk away from that too. But in that case, you die later on. But the thing to do is you just use your bow, just like everything else in life. Violence is the answer.
Right.
And so, you just shoot him, and then Marion thanks you and then throws you the slipper, which was the whole point of the day. What I love about that moment is that you are obviously supposed to pick it up, but you can ignore it and just leave. And then if you do that, then one of your other men, Much, his name is Much for some reason. I don't know if that was a common medieval name or what was. I don't know. My history is not really up there. But anyway, he picks it up for you. He's like, hey, I saw it there, and I thought you might want it. So yeah, the game over and over in most cases, like if you screw up, you'll miss out on points. You might miss out on cool sequences. You might get extra cool sequences for doing something wrong because you haven't seen it before. But the game will let you keep going. It just kind of, screws you over just a little bit. Like not so much that you got to restart your game, but just, you look kind of stupid because the whole point of the day was to pick up the slipper and then it's right there in front of you and then you just delete it.
It's I guess because I've played it recently enough, it almost sounds odd that Much picks it up. Like, is that his one olive branch for the game? Because he's the one with the bad ideas.
That is like the one thing in the game that this character does correctly. Everything else is yeah.
And that's where the term "a bit much" comes from. Sorry, that was
that's
horrendous.
Totally worth it.
Ugh,
no, I'm glad it's
I feel
there.
dirty.
No, much is typically it's a surname. I looked it up because I was curious about it. It's typically used as a surname in medieval times. So and maybe he was just going by his last name for whatever formal reasons, or that's what it is a thing. It's a real name.
Gotcha.
So
would this be a good time to bring up the animals in the forest? I'm just sort of going by my notes.
Yes, please. Yes.
Oh gosh,
Okay.
I love that about. Yes, please do.
Yes, because we're mentioning the wandering and you do a little Graham Lost in the Desert kind of action, but you're robbing in the forest.
They're not as easy to see as you would think. People are maybe they played the game and they're like, "What animals?
What animals exactly?
Why they haven't seen them?"
Yeah. So in this game, just to clarify, like you can walk around in the forest and wander around it like it's a big map. And there are a lot of different forest screens. But first of all, there are sprites that are in the game's codes. They're called views. But so there are views in the game's code that have animals in them. And you probably are thinking, if you played this before, what animals? Well, there was a squirrel, there was a bird, and neither of those are referenced anywhere in the code. They're there as assets, but you can't actually see them. There is also, unfortunately, no Cedric. I think that would have been a cool Easter egg to see Cedric just flying around. But there are also sprites for a bunny and a deer, and there is code that references that. And I guess shout outs to people in the King's Quest speedrunning Discord for finding this. I know Snowy and Mad Dog were some of the people who pointed this out. And so what happened was, after that, I sort of looked at it and I'm like, it seems like this code is unreachable. It's SCI code, and it's a little, I am a software developer in my day job, so I can sort of read code sometimes. But so I can sort of follow along with it. But long story short, it seemed like it was just not possible to see these. So I sort of hacked it, like using SCI Companion, just commented out some lines. And like, let's force the bunny to show up on every screen in the forest. And so, and it worked. There's a bunny. It's bouncing along. It goes, there it is. And then there's some deer in the forest. There's like a group of 3 deer that just bouncing along. And there they are. I'm like, okay, this is cool. It's pretty sad they took this out. So as I'm working on this video, I'm talking with Sluicebox. And if people have watched my videos before, you'll know that Sluicebox is a ScumVM developer who works on the SCI engine. So he's the SCI guy, huge SCI guy, has made like hundreds, I don't know if it's hundreds, it's at least 100 like script patches for SCI games, because as opposed to LucasArts games, Sierra games are buggy. They are so buggy. My favorite fact to tell people is that if you try, because it's open source, to go to the script patches file for SCI games, the GitHub UI will not display it because it's too big, and you have to just download the raw version of it.
They're buggy, but they were out by Christmas. So
yes, exactly. Sierra was constantly pushing the envelope in a lot of ways, but they were very much like a move fast, break things before that phrase became popular. So anyway, we're talking about this, and I'm like, hey, is there stuff that like we haven't talked about? And he's like, oh, you found the animals. Okay, that's cool. And I'm like, he's like, but there's this other thing about them. I'm like, can you see them in the game? And what he says is, I'm going to be in your area, like in your city, in a couple of weeks for some other thing. Do you want a live demonstration? And I say, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. So I got to meet up with Sluicebox for the first time ever. We've known each other for years now, but first time meet up, which was awesome.
That's cool.
And he brings his laptop along to dinner, and he shows me that there is a way to see the bunny, and I almost hesitate to explain how to do it here because you kind of need visual aids. I don't know if that's going to piss off your listeners or not.
But they're used to us pissing them off. It's okay.
They like the abuse.
Yeah. Go watch the video when it's out. But basically, there's an obscure way to see the bunny in the game. You have to basically see it to really get it. You cannot see the deer in the game, unfortunately. Because of some shenanigans that they did, and we sort of think that it was an accident. We don't think it was we don't think that it was actually intended to be taken out. But you cannot see the deer. You can see the bunny, but I kind of need a visual aid to explain how to do it.
Yeah, I would especially understand out of all the games, this specific game, the meaning for the deer to be seen and not just because they're keeping track of so many, like just an unbelievable amount of circumstances and variables that it's insane that the game was pulled off to begin with. So I could totally see how the deer would be an accident as far as
and even in this just one part, like it's almost overkill the logic it does. Like it like checks, are you in these forest rooms? Okay. Are you in this set of forest rooms? Okay. Are you in this other set of forest rooms? Is this thing happening? Okay, now let's roll the dice because it is RNG based as well. It's a crazy amount of like filtering that has to happen for you to even see that. And so it doesn't surprise me that they were messing around with stuff and they maybe changed some things and they just didn't go back and test it.
Right. They did a lot of random generations here, which is strange, but I feel like they also did a lot of things depending on the previous room you were in.
Yes.
And then there's a map involved, so that could get messy.
Yeah, and that comes into play here too. And I think that's part of the complexity because like a lot of games, the forest screen is just like one room that you're swapping out the assets, because it is like it's like a maze,
Right.
And it's how mazes are done in other Sierra games too, right? You think of the catacombs in King's Quest VI. That's one room that they just swap stuff out in.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Or the jungle in Leisure Suit Larry 3 when with Passionate Patty and rescuing. It's just flip all the way. Yeah, he said that on.
I was super proud of that, right? Because it was to save disk space. Yeah,
yeah, that's why.
Well, yeah, a lot of things are like that. The walking through the bayou in Gabriel Knight to get to the ceremony.
Yes.
That's just one screen, right?
Wow.
But anyway, because they're just swapping out like where the trees are.
Right. What about the forests in Quest for Glory, like say 4, where they're all kind of intricate? Are they doing that there too?
Probably.
Makes sense.
Probably.
Yeah.
I have not looked at that code too much, but I would imagine so. Maybe with a couple exceptions for special screens, but yeah.
This would be a slightly off topic, but a moment ago you'd mentioned it's a shame there wasn't a Cedric cameo, and that makes me think of King's Quest V. Is Robin Hood's scream, is that the same scream from King's Quest V?
Yes. Okay. So there's a scream in this game whenever you kill people, and it is a truncated version of King Graham's scream in King's Quest V.
Awesome. So is that Josh Mandel, I guess, in there?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why, because Josh... They like reusing, like even just the sounds of like the little things that they do in the game. A lot of them are from Quest for Glory games and other games.
Which that alongside of there's like a little chant that plays in front of the Abbey. I think that's the only instance of speech in this because it is not a voiced game. There's no voice acting in it, but there's the scream and there's the little chanting that happens when you go to the Abbey. So it's cool that they put that on there at least. But
yeah, and there's Robin does like a quite like a jolly laugh, I think, at one point, right?
Yes.
It's kind of jarring.
He's laughing at the sheriff. There's a little ha ha.
Right. That's right. That's right. No, okay. I'm so happy to have like kind of a sleep at night kind of closure, knowing that that's the same scream. Because Josh he delivered that in such like what's that really famous scream they use in cinema all the time?
Scream?
Wilhelm. Thank you. Yeah.
Wilhelm. Yeah.
Wilhelm. Okay. Yeah. It's got that kind of vibe to it. Just that over the top.
Yeah.
Full committal. Just send it. Yeah. It's great.
So essentially, after you get the slipper, that's kind of the end of the day, though, right? You blow your horn, the guys come in, and day two's over, right?
So you can blow your horn, which you can get them to come and like comment on stuff. You don't have to, though. You pick up you pick up the slipper or don't. But as soon as you leave that screen, the day's over.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are we? I know we're at day 3 or approaching day 3, but which day has the dream? Does he go to bed and dream of her?
The dream is
day 1.
Is day 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Day 1 into day 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So he's got his dream. That's how he got the gem. Now he's rescued Marion, and maybe even he has a slipper, maybe not.
Yeah, because my only note regarding the dream is just like there's a lot of gems in this game for somebody who would go on to make gem and the holograms. Yeah, that's obviously her thing.
Gem was before that, yeah.
Right. I didn't even realize that. Okay. I wanted to get both your opinions on this because I flip-flopped on it.
Okay.
I initially really liked the fantasy element. By fantasy element, I mean like her slipping in the gem that materializes from a dream and just like this little tinge of like magic fantasy that's possible in this world. So I originally liked it, and then I kind of turned on it, and now I like it again. And I'll leave my reasons for turning on it out because I've changed my mind again. But basically where I'm at now is thinking of it as like everybody likes to put a little twist or spin on when you're retelling a classic, right? Just like a thumbprint or some sort of way to mark it as your interpretation. So I've kind of fallen back in love with the idea that she did a really good job of slipping it in there. Yeah, it's like it can be almost a little gaggy in like a how sweet is that sort of way when the two hearts connect and stuff like that. But for the most part, I think it was handled well enough to be like it's cool. It's her interpretation of it. Perhaps me knowing that she's like did the whole gem thing makes it somehow more palatable. But I'm just wondering what you guys thought about the fantasy elements like slipped into a Robin Hood story.
Well, my answer will be quick. I'll just answer and say I never had made the gem connection at all till you brought it up, and now I think that's adorable and hilarious. I took it as kind of like how you said, how we jumped, Matt, how you just jumped into the game and there was no story behind it because we already kind of know what the story is. So I was like, okay, it's taking something that's kind of canon and then adding a flavor element of magic to it to be able to incorporate the story. So I think it's neat. I think also with, let's say that she took the 40 books in her bibliography and all the stuff that she researched. I think she took all the elements that she liked, fantasy and Robin Hood, and mashed them all together into her own creation in a really cool way with her own twist and idea behind it.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with that too. I really like the fantasy elements, and I think it's for the same reasons that you just mentioned. Like it without it, it's just a Robin Hood story, and it's impossible for me to be unbiased with this game and to view it like, as if we're fresh. I just can't imagine the game without it, right? Because it's so infused with the magical elements that I don't know what you would replace it with that would be as interesting.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, I'd say the reason I came back around on it was just because of how well it's handled. And it's not, there's no like shoehorn vibes like, oh, let's get some magical gems in here real quick. Like it's very well thought out. And it is almost in a charming sense, a product of its time where it does make me think back to like Neverending Story and just taking the notion of romance that far where it's like, we love each other so much, you guys, that there's like, we dreamt the same stones that fit into the same heart. And it's like, It's kind of adorable. It's just like pushing romance fantasy as far as it can be pushed. But in a way that was totally normal then.
Yeah. I mean, you sort of have to accept that the romance is not going to be very fleshed out. I mean, it's Marion and Robin Hood. We know that.
Yeah,
what
they're
are
very
you
quick to get down
that?
to it. Actually,
yes,
they really are.
Second. Well, yeah. I do.
All right, okay, so day 3, Robin acquires a disguise and interacts with various characters in Nottingham. Could it be more generic on my notes than that? My God.
Yeah, well, this is where, like, yeah, you start getting the disguises. This is the first instance of that. You get, in this case in particular, we've, for people who have zoned out because we were talking about bunnies and deer. The whole point of this was that we get the slipper and we need to take it into Nottingham where Lob is to show him the slipper because he's got news about King Richard, right? And we are loyal to King Richard. So we need a way to get into Nottingham. So we go back to the Overlook as we do on so many days. And eventually this beggar comes down the road. And like many of the other people that you can mess around with, you can deal with him in a number of ways. You can try blowing. One of my favorite things I didn't know until recently, if you blow the horn at this point, when you're encountering the beggar on the road, just Will, nobody else, will show up and come over and say, what's going on? And Robin says, well, I'm dealing with this beggar here. And Will, I wrote this down. He says, well, what on earth do you need me for? And he turns around and walks away. He's just so super annoyed. And so that doesn't work. You can try a bunch of things. What you're supposed to do is to offer the beggar money for his clothes. So you give him an outfit, and he goes off, and he's happy because you gave him a bunch of money. One thing that's sort of, I think it's easy to miss, is that the beggar's running a bit of a scam, sort of, because he says, I'll give you my hump as well. It's a false hump that he has.
Oh, clever.
And so he's still a beggar. It's not that he's not a beggar,
right.
But he plays it up a bit. He's got his little tricks,
right.
That he has. So
That's
anyway,
such good detail. Man, that is such good detail. And the Will thing, I'm glad you mentioned that too, because it's again just another shining example of a time where an adventure game could easily be like, no, there's no need, I can handle this, I'm Robin Hood, and as a player I'd be like, fair enough, that's cool. But they're like, no, it's cool, we'll bring in one of them.
And what's great is that, the game does tell you that. It's just that it tells you that through a natural consequence of your action,
right.
Not through the narrator somehow or Robin Hood somehow. We handed Robin Hood the script. He knows that people won't come.
Right.
So,
right,
no, absolutely. Yeah, it's one of those for sure. But the other way that you can deal with it, and this I think is sort of the turning point for me as far as the morality goes, is that you can threaten the beggar with your bow, which is a little nutty to me. Literally, you say, I can't remember the exact line, but it's something like, "Be thankful that I let you live."
Wow!
He just turns freaking evil.
Really flexing his muscles there.
So he's that. This is another one of those situations where you deal with him correctly, you get 500 reputation points. You threaten him with your bow, you're an asshole, you get negative 500 points.
God, it's one of those things in games, it's almost hard to do. It's not a real person, but it's like, man, this feels terrible.
I never discovered so many of these things, even until I've learned them from you, Matt, because I'm always trying so bloody hard to do the right thing. But although in this game, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and the only reason that you find these things is because you've done everything else and you just want to see what happens.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of saving in this game for me because I want to see, I'm not going to play the game a second time all the way through just to see what everybody's scenarios turn out like. So I'm going to save it, try something, restore, save it, try something. And I did that so much playing through this game.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting the disguise from the beggar so we can bring the slipper to Knob because he's a little weirdo and he's going to sniff it and give us what we want in return for it.
We don't judge here, though.
Not at all. Not at all. That's one of the safer fetishes. Please, have at it.
Lunchbox, too bad he couldn't hook up something with those cobblers from King's Quest V. They could have had some sort of trade going on.
Rotating door.
New canon being formed right now.
There you go. Some sort of trade. But yeah. So they show up. But basically, what happens is that Lob explains the plot, which is that eventually, what will happen is that a bunch of treasure is going to come down Watling Street. And this treasure has essentially been stolen out of the king's ransom fund. It's supposed to be going to the king, but the evil like Prince John and his lackeys have arranged for it to come down the road. And because it goes right through Sherwood Forest, hey, guess who's also in Sherwood Forest and can re-divert it back to where it needs to go. So that's one thing that comes out of that conversation. And we learn that that Marion is like in on this plan too and is trying to like help out to coordinate things. And in order to prove that you met with Lob and to prove your loyalty, you get another trinket. He gives you a silver comb to give to her on a different day.
You're right about the trinkets. Wow.
Yeah. But then this is also the day where if Marion died on day 2, for some reason Robin just lets it slip because no pun intended, slipper. So Lob is like, "Where'd you get this?" And Robin says, "Yeah, I got it from Marion. She died. I'm sorry." Why would you say that? And then Lob says, "Yeah. Well, I don't know why would you do that?" But so then Lob gets really pissed off, and he whacks Robin in the head because how could he possibly let Marion die? You coward! So.
Well, yeah. The story sucks now, thanks.
Yeah. Though they found a way around everything else, I'm pretty sure they could have found a way around that. Maybe. But anyway, yeah, you have this comb. And so most people, what they do at this point is that they just sort of leave Nottingham, which it makes sense. But you can also like putter around. You can talk to people. You can go try begging at different places. Wow. And then there's there is a death that you can get by showing the comb to the guard who's at Nottingham Castle. And the only reason I mention it, well, I guess two things that I love about it. One is that it's pretty obscure because you give away the comb to Marion the next day, so you can't give it to this guard at any other point aside from right after you get it and before you leave. And it also has. It also has like a funny fourth wall break. So when you die in this game, sometimes it'll just say, the restore, restart. What's the third option? Quit. Dialogue. But before then, your men will sort of gather around the campfire and like sort of either make fun of you or lament your death or give like hints sometimes as to what you were supposed to do. But in this case, it's something like one of the characters. Tuck says something like, let's hope that Robin adhered to the golden rule. And another character says, what? You mean do unto others as you want them to do unto you? And Tuck says, nay, save early, save often.
That's awesome.
So he just says it so like reverently. So yeah, occasionally they do fourth wall breaks in this game.
Mm-hmm.
That was beautiful.
And it comes off as being such a serious game you'd think at first when you go to play it. And it's lighthearted and whimsical all over the place in so many fun ways, in so many unexpected ways. I really like that about it.
It does. It loosens up as it goes. Almost each night's campfire at the end, it just loosens up like one night at a time. From one side note I have, I can't get this out of my head, so I just need to say it now, is that I've never been a fan of the design of Robin because of the He-Man hair. Is that bothering anybody else? The blonde, and maybe it's the blonde factor too. Like I don't know why, I don't have him pictured that way. And then he shows up with this little bowl cut and bowl cut mullet thing. I mean, it's exactly what He-Man has. For anybody wondering, but
I can never unsee that now.
I have not thought of that before. I will have to mull that over.
Okay, no, fair enough. It's heavy. It's a lot,
Yeah. You have to understand, like, this is my Robin Hood. Like,
right.
Forget Kevin Costner. Like, this is my Robin Hood.
I was just going to say, Costner's the one that looks weird then. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
The other way. Though I do, people seem to, like, rag on that movie a lot. And I know.
I love that movie.
I know it's silly. I know he doesn't even try to use a British accent. But, like. I still love it.
I do. I love that movie
so much.
Yeah,
you're in good company here.
I know. I'm a sucker for that movie. Yeah, but I it's not like maybe it's people who didn't see it at the time and are watching it now. Like sure, but yeah, if I feel like if you saw it when it came out, I don't know. I liked Waterworld too, though. I might be 1 of 10.
I did too.
Sweet.
That was another one where the people panned it, but I don't know. I liked the anyway.
I would kill for a movie like that nowadays with like real, practical effects and stuff like that. Like, man, it'd be nice to see like real stuff happening again. But anyway, okay, sorry. So we got the silver comb, which is, it's so weird that you can only give it away right away. It's like, well, what if the player hates the comb? Oh, well, then we'll code something that can give it away right now. Oh no, you know what? I did want to say, Matt, you had mentioned. Sorry, I just said Matt because I was trying not to say Matthew because that's still stuck in my head. Didn't mean to like Marky. You had said that you can go around and beg, which that almost makes me mad at myself for not having tried. Like, I thought I was an adventure gamer. I should have walked around and tried that. But that's kind of brilliant. So because you're already wearing the beggar's outfit, so you can go down to like the castle and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're not successful anywhere. But yeah, you can go to the abbey. You can go to the pub and ask the barkeep for money. You can go to the castle, and if you just talk to him, don't show him the comb, otherwise you'll die. If you talk to him, he'll give you a quick kick in the ass. I mean, really, he kicks you instead of giving you money. But yeah, you can try. You just don't get anything.
That's so brilliant. Yeah, they thought of everything. Okay. All right.
And then that's it. I guess day 3 pretty much ends after you get the silver comb. So unless you don't want to die first.
Yeah. After you get the silver comb, once you leave Nottingham, the day's over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see what fun genericness I've got for day 4, and then we could expand on it. Robin rescues a peasant in custody and visits Marion in the Willow Grove, giving her the silver comb and half emerald.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, you have there's a poacher that is coming down the road, and it's like a mirror of what happened on day 1 with the woman peasant.
Right.
It's just now it's a poacher, and you like the dialogue is different, but it's the same sort of options you have. Like, you can try bribing him, you can shoot him, you can run away like a coward. This is another one of those. This goes towards your reputation points if you do it correctly with the poacher or not. I'm sure you could do some other stuff. I mean, but it's slightly different. Like, when you blow your horn on this one, instead of like the threatening of cutting the throat or whatever, this one your men come, and then the guy complains about it being a fair fight, and then they mention something like, yeah, well, we do have a code that even amongst villains we don't gang up on them or something. Which is a little silly to me, but that's their excuse. But anyway, it's the same thing. It's like day 1 all over again.
Right.
Let me ask you real quick, man. What's up with the outlaw score? I don't think I've really ever understood that, even with several playthroughs.
So there's an outlaw count that's up at the top that's along with the ransom amount and the points. The number of outlaws does 2 things. Number 1, it factors into your ending. The more you have, the better. Because what it does is it adds to your reputation score, and we'll get to that at the end. But yeah, the more outlaws you have, the more points you have, and there are ways to lose the outlaws that we'll talk about soon. So there's that, and then it also affects the outcome of one of the battle sequences. We'll get there, but those are really the only 2 things that it affects.
Okay. And it's funny because this isn't the first game that something that's like prevalent throughout the entire game. I never really stopped to, I guess, understand or probably simply read about it. Because what's the other one I'm trying to think of is the IQ points with Indiana Jones. Like, I went through that whole game several times and never really understood what was going on with that. Which was the same with the Outlaws, where it's like, I guess in a sense you almost don't need to know about it. It almost makes me wonder, what if they had, instead of showing, or in addition, or instead of the Outlaws, if they had showed you the what did you call it? Not the moral scale, but something like that.
I mean, there's no official name for it. I call it a reputation score, but you could call it a morality score if you wanted to. It's like, it's good guy points.
Right, there you go. That would I'd almost be curious to be able to see that. That would be kind of cool. But I guess that could also kind of break the spirit of it, let's say. Okay, anyway. All right, so we're actually, Anna, you're the one keeping pretty good track, I think, of this, right? We're
So we do that. Yeah. So talk about the. So we meet up with Marion and give her the comb, right? I don't know if you had anything to say about that.
There we go. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's it. And we give her the comb and we give her the half emerald, I think, and then we get a little dunk stuff going on. And, gets all excited.
Well, that happens later. So
is that later?
Yeah. So okay. The first time that you meet her, you give her the emerald, and then they're like, "Oh my gosh, I saw you in the dream too. You're my one true love, even though this is the second time I've met you. Okay, will you pledge your love to me?" Yeah, sure, why not? So that's actually optional, and if you don't do that, you don't get the badonkadonk scene later. You have to show her the emerald thing on the first meeting to get that. But you can't, if you're impatient, you can just, and you don't care about that, you can just leave. But the other thing that I love about that, and this happens in another place too, is that the game sort of accounts for if you leave and come back, Marion acts annoyed. Like she notices that you left and came back. Like normally in games, like NPCs, they'll sort of not have any memory of that.
Right.
You go away, you come back, and it's like no time has passed or whatever. No, she remembers and she gets kind of pissed at you. And eventually she'll use her forest magic to like route you to the spot so you can't leave.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, some early red flags there, Marion. You should be...
Yeah. And I think, this is where if you give her the emerald, this is where you learn that she is a forest priestess as well. So you got a druid influence on this game too.
Okay.
So is she hooked up in with like the oak tree and stuff?
Yes.
Are they like buddies?
Yeah. I don't know if that's quite the right word for it, but yeah, basically, she's buddies with the forest.
Yeah, they've got a checkered past, She's just all like, I can't even with that guy. Okay, so that brings us to day 5. Robin visits the widow's cottage for news about her sons. Watches for Fenn's monk on Watling Street, defeats him, takes his robe as a disguise. Okay, so we're gonna meet at the widow's cottage. We meet her 3 sons. I'll be honest, I just remember one of them got the short end with the names, and his name is Dickens or something.
Yeah. I think it's Hal, Hobb, and Dickon.
There we go. Okay.
Dickon is the one you remember.
Of course. Yeah. he was not the favorite child.
You met the boys back on day 1, and on this day she's all weeping, and because they got caught by the sheriff for something. I can't remember exactly what it is now, but they got caught, and then she's crying because they're going to be hanged. So there's that, and then what happened? I'm curious as to your thoughts on this. So you go to the Watling Street Overlook. Oh, there's one thing we forgot to mention. So on day 4, one thing that Marion tells you is that she needs a scroll from the black-robed monks. They are the Fens monks. And she says this is like vital to our plans. Okay. Doesn't explain why yet, but... so we have 2 things that we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be stealing the scroll from the Fens monks, and we're supposed to be rescuing the widow's sons. And so you go to the Overlook, and there are 2 monks that are coming down the road in opposite directions. One is in black robes, one is in brown. He's an abbey monk. And you get to choose which quest you do on this day, and whatever you don't do on this day, then you'll do on the next day. It doesn't matter. And so I just, as a sort of a nerd for this game, I love it because there's all sorts of, things that they did to work around, well, what if you did this first? And what if you did that first? But it must have added so much, extra complexity that didn't need to be there because it makes no difference for the story.
Right. Wow, yeah, that is a lot to account for I guess no real reason, because it's the very next day you're going to do the opposite.
Other than to just make it more difficult on yourself.
Wow.
Yeah. And
I wonder if that's why she didn't do any more computer games after this. It was this is my, her siren song, her big hit.
Right, because it did seem like there was going to be more or potentially more conquest. I mean, I shouldn't say that, just based on the fact they were kind of serializing it with a name, I guess you could say, you would think. But yeah, I wouldn't blame her for feeling burnt out after this with how many avenues they had to cover. But that is so strange and appreciated.
Yeah, but kind of cool. So let's do a little choose your own adventure here. Which day do you want to talk about first?
Right. Ooh, How about the rescuing? Will you rescue full?
Sure.
Okay. Would you consider that?
You rescue on both days. So okay, you want to go to the fens?
Yeah, you can either do the fens or the other one. Might as well do fens first. Yeah.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. So you pick the fens, monk. You go down. I like this little choice. So like Robin's sort of pissed at this monk already because he belongs to the order of monks who tried to kill Mary. And in my headcanon, that's why he's so pissed off at him. Because they've already tried to kill him. He's not very nice to him. And there's no way to deal with him peacefully. You have to threaten him with your bow. You have to.
Okay.
But then the good guy, bad guy thing is the monk is like, but I have a quarterstaff and you have a bow. That's not a very fair fight. I challenge you to a quarterstaff battle. And you can say yes and fight him with the quarterstaff, which we can talk about. Or the bad guy thing is you can just shoot him, like in Cold War. And he falls down. That's it. So, yeah. Because
he seemed... he seemed kind of ticked off because he's like, oh, you mean you're actually getting a good quarterstaff for this fight? I thought that, I'd have a quarterstaff and like, what's up with these guys rescuing you like that? Again, he had that attitude, it seemed like.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're talking about, the fence monk there. Now, you guys have to tell me, like, what was your experience of trying to fight him? Because I've never been very good at that fight. And they made it surprisingly complicated with, like, different moves you can do. And you can either use the mouse to click on various, like, high, medium, and low attacks, or you can use the numpad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, numpad for me. I'm not much of a mouse fighter. Even in Quest for Glory games, I'm kind of a numpad girl.
I didn't even know that was an option. And it's funny, too, so really the one note I have on this is just fen monks don't fuck around. Was so that indication is going back about 6 weeks ago or so, but it must have taken me a long time for me to just take a quick break to be like, man, these guys don't fuck around. Because and I wasn't expecting that either. Almost especially in the Sierra games, and I only say that because I guess like the Lucas games with Indy and stuff, like there was some fighting before where I'd gotten a little used to it, but I wasn't prepared to lose a fight in this game, I think. But I definitely didn't try to just shoot him either, which makes me wish I had, because I know this had taken a while.
Yeah, I never tried to shoot him.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you just have to say no when he challenges you to a fair fight, and you'll shoot him. Now you lose points for that, but it does not affect your ending. Surprisingly, if you do that. So there's that. Now there is also, we haven't talked about this, there is an arcade slider in the game that to make that fight easier, you can put it all the way at the bottom and you sort of auto win the fight. But
which surprised me because I'm used to when a slider goes down, things are way, way easier. And this was the first time that I'd ever played a game when the slider goes down and then the game just didn't happen at all. You couldn't even practice your archery or do anything at all. Do you know anything about that?
No, that's a funny one too. It won't let you practice the archery because Robin says something like, there's no need, one cannot improve upon perfection.
Yes, that's what he says. Yeah.
Right, and that reminds me of the. I think you had mentioned Snowy earlier, so just in case he's listening, man, what a voice he's got! Like, it did an incredible job.
So good.
Doing some of the Robin work and everything.
I think he's doing great. Yeah, I guess since we haven't explained this for anybody lost, because the game does not have voice acting, I sort of pulled the community for voice actors, because otherwise like doing this video, I would have either been summarizing every bit of dialogue, or I would have been trying to voice it myself like a bedtime story, and I did not want to do either one of those things. And so I'm like, hey, if you'd like to voice things, do it. And it's, and Snowy especially hit it out of the park. So
he did great. He did a great job. I'm looking forward to your new YouTube channel, Bedtime Stories by OneShortEye.
Okay, so what about you, Matt, with the fighting?
I can't figure it out. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I'm not good at it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
And I've not figured out a good way to really do it. So, yeah.
Where's the slider at with that example? Because I'm just thinking now, like, my slider would have been 1 from off, so not off, but on the easiest where it's still turned on.
So you're asking if it auto completes it?
Yeah,
So if you set it all the way at the bottom, it will auto complete things.
right. Okay, so what would be the difference between one from the bottom and all the way on?
I don't know exactly. My idea would be that you still have to play it. It's just easy,
Right.
supposedly.
Yeah, there's just so many more variables that are involved all of a sudden as soon as you bring the slider into things. Like, my God.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how that sequence works, but I have tried playing it on different difficulties, and I do know, that does get more difficult.
It's fast too. Like when you slow yourself down, like for example, later on you have to catch a pixie and stuff. That's an farther on day. Like even though you're slowing the game down, it just seems to slow you down, and it doesn't seem to slow anything else down.
Okay, so that's a great point. Yeah, you don't want to slow yourself down because this was in the era of games where the speed slider affects you but not other things. Right.
Yes, I noticed that.
And so if you try to do it expecting it to be easier, you're making it harder. That tangentially, that is why the Skaterama sequence is so difficult in Space Quest 4, because people think, if I turn the speed slider down, that'll make it. No, you're just slowing yourself down, and the sequel police are the same speed. Oh my gosh,
you just made a connection in my head, because of course, that's a super challenging scene to get out. So many people are like, oh, it's just so buggy. I never clued into that. Thank you.
Right, yeah. Is that the one that has issues with the clock speed too, like tying into the computer? Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Which then that makes me want to say that is it Sussbox or Seuss?
Sluicebox.
Sluice, thank you. Neither. None of the above. Sluicebox reminds me of New Rising Sun in a sense too, as far as just all the patches and everything like that. Are they the same
I was going to say, if you play it on modern Scum VM, it does not have any timer issues. Those are fixed.
Right, that's all I'm saying.
That is where I'm playing it.
Very cool. Okay. All right. So we're in day 5. We've got
and we took his robes.
Yeah.
And I guess that's kind of it for the day, right? Because you don't. Well,
you gotta go do stuff with it.
Yeah.
My notes are just suddenly rendered useless because of the day 5 and 6 thing where it switched back around. Okay. So I'm like, oh no. One of the two, I just said it ends on, and you take his robe. No, you take his disguise. No. Okay.
No, it does not. Do you want?
Yes, please.
Talk about what happens. Yes, it's a long season. So you go to the fens, which is like a wetland. It's sort of like a swamp, but like not. I don't know the difference between a fens and a swamp and I don't know. Anyway, it's a swamp. I'm going to call it a swamp. So you go there and you have. I don't quite get why they did this, but whatever. So you have a reed that you can blow to like summon a boatman to take you across the swamp, and you blow that. And there's a sequence where like you can do something similar to where you did with Marion with annoying her. Like you can leave and then come back and then leave and then come back. He'll get increasingly annoyed at you. And the only reason I love it is that the second time that you do it and Robin gets in, the monk in Latin calls you a shithead. Like he says, like he does, like he's like the literal translation is something like, you have dung for brains or something like that.
That's awesome.
In Latin. And so anyway,
and the beauty of that is the early 90s development. Again, it's like they had to probably like take a trip to a library and get a book on Latin to do that.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Yeah. So you do that, you go across the water. I like the fact that if you talk to the monk too much, he whacks you into the water and you die. Because you need to like leave him alone so that he can find his way through like the mists and stuff. Anyway, you get to the front of the monastery. It's like this big castle. Like I don't quite get that either. It's like the joke in Monty Python with the castle that's built on the swamp, and then it falls into the swamp, and then you build the castle on top of it. It's like that. I don't quite understand, but whatever. So then there's our first instance of copy protection.
Yes, the riddles.
Yes, yeah. You bust out the gemstones, and for whatever reason, to prove your worth or something, you have to answer some gemstone riddles. You have to cross-reference with the manual for different stuff, and it's randomized which questions you get, and then after that, he will let you in. So
yeah. And I mean, okay, I was reading through the book, and I had to give a photo and share it with Paul because Christy has written a bit of an introduction, and within it, there's quite a few paragraphs on piracy. It's clearly being taken very seriously at this point.
Oh, I love that. Yeah. No, she like rails against piracy and about how it's theft and all that.
Yes. People overseas copying and distributing copies by the thousands. Yeah. Yes. So
that's great. So you go into the monastery. You meet the head of the order of the monks is called the prior. You meet him. You make up a name. You tell him that your name is Brother Eustace, which I didn't know this until recently, but that's probably a reference to a real life person named Eustace the monk, who's an interesting character in history. Go look him up. But he was like an outlaw too, basically.
Okay.
Though a lot more violent than Robin Hood.
Wow.
But it's like the stories are like connected, basically. It's sort of like a proto Robin Hood, I think.
Right.
But anyway, so there's that. So you do that, and then you wander around. You can do this in either order, but you find the scroll that Marion's talking about. But then you also are walking around, and you find the king's court jester being tortured for information. And we love the king, so we want to rescue him. His name is Folk.
Yes.
He's a little person. And so he doesn't want to leave unless you get his verses. He has some like poetry that the prior is trying to decode. So you steal that back, you give it to him, and then you escape through this water tunnel, basically, and you have to pull on these gargoyle faces.
I love the faces.
And the only reason that you know to do that is if you had read other scrolls in the little library, and it explains about the order that you're supposed to touch the faces. And I had forgotten about this until one of the voice actors actually pointed out to me. You can talk to them, and they each have their own personality. And like appropriate Latin name, like there's if you talk to one of them, they're magical basically, and one of them says, if I could, I'd leap down and eat you, and his name is in Latin is something like it means hunger or something like that.
Aww. And see, I really like, actually, having a preview of your video, I really, really appreciate the voice actors that you chose for each of the stones. You did such a good job casting them. Oh my goodness.
I love that. That is all the same person. The same person did all the faces.
They were amazing. God, especially the laughter one, because it was so perfect, and I can't. I imagine that would be so easy to go over the top with, even though it's supposed to be over the top. It's just perfect. Yeah.
No, it was very well played, and it's just so good.
I feel blessed by that. Yeah, everybody gave it their best in this, and it's wonderful.
It's amazingly good. Like it just. I wasn't expecting it to come together so well, just because it's just it's just people. Like I imagine almost none of them are actual voice actors, and the quality is shocking. I'm like, man, the ceiling is pretty high here. Like I wish, kind of wish there was a whole game of it now. That would be so cool.
Yeah, me too. I would play that.
But yeah, okay. So the stones.
So you leave there, and then I guess the only other thing of like to really mention there. Is that Folk gives you a magic ring out of his scroll, and he gives you his scroll as well with the verses on it, and says like this contains he tells you about two magic rings: the water ring, which is the magical ring that commands water, and then the fire ring, which is the opposite but with fire. And he explains that the abbot has the ring that controls fire, and that his verses contain the key to that, but doesn't explain beyond that. And then they leave.
I've got two notes for Folk, and one of them is that he really hooks you up. Because you're right. He gives you the scroll and the ring, and then he tells you how to get the other ring on top of that. And then, sorry, my only other note was that he must have been designed after. He looks a lot like Willow, like an Asian Willow. Warwick Davis. So he must have been because now I kind of forgot that in the game he was a little person, but he must have been designed after him, just because his portrait looks just bang on for Willow. It's a little Asian twist to it, maybe. Okay.
I know you can give him a bit of money too, and it doesn't really. The game doesn't really tell you you're supposed to. I just was randomly like, oh, should I give this guy money too? Because I give everybody. I like clicking the money on everybody. It works for some of the puzzles and stuff, right? And it's just like, oh, thanks, cool.
Yeah, so that's something we haven't talked about is that you get points, not reputation score, but points. If you give like a lot of the people money, like if you give the peasant money, if you give the poacher money, and in this case, folk. But it's kind of weird to me too, though, because the only time that you can give him money is when you are in the middle of the escape sequence. You're in the boat, and he's like, "Come on, let's go," and you sort of stop to like give him a tip. Like,
Here you go, buddy. I was able to give it to him in the room as he was walking out when I played last time.
Oh, okay. You must have done it like quickly then. But like you can't.
It was just,
I know you can't.
That fast moment.
Gotcha. Yeah, because you can't give it to him until you give him his verses back.
Right. Yeah, I did that.
Okay. There's a small window then.
Yeah.
What a funny game. So yeah, I guess that's it. You get the scroll, you get the rings, you kind of know what's going on, and then the game takes over again, and you get to do your roundup.
Yep.
And then
we're on to day 6.
That's right. Back to the day where I don't know. I think what's a good thing to do? Hang on, let's think back to the other days. Hey, let's go to the Outlook.
Right, yeah, it would be a good place to start. Head on out to Watling. I'm temporarily lost because I think we switched around 5 and 6 from how even though I got to pick and I did it to myself.
You decided.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is your.
We accommodated you.
But yeah, you can do it either way. So depending on your notes would go however you played it, and I think it depends. Is it your timing when you walk down the overlook as to which monk you get, or how does that work?
It's something I don't quite understand all of it, but it has to do with where the monks are on the road, where you click to walk down, and also if you put a hand on either of them, that will directly select them.
Right.
So there is that. But yeah, so on this day we're trying to rescue the boys. We're trying to rescue Hal, Hob, and Dickon.
That's right. The three amigos.
So we meet up with this abbey monk, and the abbey is not. It's like a corrupt order as well. They're not violent here. Like they are. Like there's like soldier monks over at the Fens, but here they're.
Is that why you're not super nice to him?
I was wondering. They're like,
okay.
Yeah, that was my read on it. Is that it's like a corrupt. Religious like organization that like just steals from the poor and whatnot. But yeah, so you can either threaten him with your bow, which like removes regular points, or the other way is to just go up and like use your hand on him, and he just sort of crumbles in fear because he's kind of a coward. Which is always is funny to me. But then you like put him to work, and there's this long, uncomfortable sequence where Friar Tuck makes him chop wood, but then also spanks him with the flat of his sword.
The whole time. I don't know who likes it more.
So, yeah. I don't know if you want to talk about that. See, I won't feel like I need...
or I will. If you don't quiet, I'm going to keep beating you or I won't stop, or I will stop. But he just keeps beating him anyways. Yeah.
Yep.
It's funny.
That's because he's actually just making quiet noises because he wants it to continue. It's got a weird chemistry, those guys.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Anyway, we get we get his robes, and then we can go. Now this, if you do it correctly, is like the longest day in the game. Like it's the amount of stuff that you have to do here if you're doing it correctly is like insane. Right. But gosh, I almost want to like just quickly summarize it, and then we can jump back into anything that you want to jump back into.
That's fine.
But
sure.
But you go to the abbey, you talk to the abbot. The abbot wants you to refill his cask of ale. you take it back. You get it refilled. You have to play 9 Men's Morris with Harry, who's a 9 Men's Morris player, in order to get a magical amethyst that prevents drunkenness. So if you put it in the alcohol, it will not get you drunk. You go back to the abbey. You have a drinking contest with the abbot. You secretly put the amethyst in. The abbot passes out. And if you don't put the amethyst in, you pass out and you die because they find out that you're Robin Hood. Okay, then what happens? So then you do that. You go and you steal the abbot's puzzle box, which you need for later. Then you go and you use the secret tunnels between the pub and the abbey to go and rescue the boys by spying on where they are. Oh, the other thing you have to do is you have to go to the front of the castle. You have to bribe your way in to bless the boys to like figure out where they are. And then you go watch the guards. You hear that they want they want some ale. You wait till they leave.
Keyhole.
Through
Very
the
secretly.
the little keyhole. You go and you put the money on the table. And one of my favorite details there is that so when you use money on something, you have to select which denomination that you're using, like how much money to give, and it's actually like broken up into pennies and half pennies and farthings. Anyway, the game will take into account how much money you put on, and like up to like if you put 1 penny on, it will only show 1 penny. If you put 2 pennies on, it'll show 2 coins on the table, etc.
That's cool.
So this is kind of a cool thing that I didn't notice until recently. But anyway, so you do that, you leave. They come back in, they see the money. They're kind of stupid, and they're like, "Hey, did you leave this money here?" "No." "Oh, don't lie to me. Let's go get a drink." And then they leave. And then you go to the boys. You make a rope out of like some sashes from some Fens monk's robes. You all get disguised up. You leave through the pub. There's a big party happening. The sheriff is there and
directly
asks
in
for
your
a blessing. Directly in your way. You can't leave. You give him a blessing, which I think is the one of the funnier lines in the game, where he's like, "Give me a blessing," and your blessing is "May you get what you deserve, and may I be there to see it," or something like that. And then you leave, and then the day's over. Oh my God! Like, there's so much that happens here. I don't know what you want to talk about. There is just so much that happens on this day.
Okay, I'm going to start with the last part. 2 notes with that to just say that again, Snowy did such a good job with that line because he reads it in the exact double context that Robin gets away with it for, right? Where it doesn't sound like the threat that it could also be interpreted as. It sounds more like a blessing. Like it was so well done, because I think when I read it myself, I just heard it as the threat that it secretly was. And then when Snowy delivered the line, I was like, "Oh yeah, but it could also sound like a blessing. Like, I hope you get everything you deserve." So that was brilliant. And I just wanted to say about that one part, I think it's my favorite part of the game, where he blesses the sheriff, just because it's got such a playfulness to it, and it fits the idea of Robin Hood. It also feels like kind of Indiana Jones-ish. Like, it just has this lovely, oddly familiar, adventurous feel to it, where like maybe I'm thinking Indiana Jones because of when he confronts Hitler in Last Crusade. And just to survive the moment, has Hitler sign his book. But it just has that kind of moment where you come face to face with the enemy, and you do what you have to do to survive that moment. But it's just good writing, good stuff.
Yeah, I think there's an Easter egg somewhere in that level. I think there was a Leisure Suit Larry reference or something in one of the cells during the day as well. Yeah. Yeah.
So in the Abbey, they have these cool. I don't know quite how to describe it. It's almost like a tapestry kind of thing, like this overhead map of the Abbey, and so it's kind of neat. So if you look through, one of the cells, most of the cells are just like, oh, the monks live a pretty simple life. Here's their one bed. And if you look into one of the cells, it like Leisure Suit Larry and Passionate Patty are there. If you look into another one, there's a monk who's counting the number of angels dancing on the head of a pin, which, go look that up. But, audience, if you don't know, it's like a historical, like philosophical thing, right?
Right.
But then there's also a small chance that you will find 2 monks having relations.
Right. That's what I thought you were getting to.
Yeah. So that I believe it's a 3 out of 8 chance. Which we sort of just figured that out. Gotcha. Yeah. So
3 out of 8. That's funny.
Yep. Yeah. And it resets to that overhead screen. So like, if you're not like, it's very possible that you go in and it's just not there. So that a lot of people don't get that one.
I love that you know that it's 3 out of 8. If anybody listening, like if you haven't downloaded SCI Companion, this is why you should go download it. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That is brilliant. I guess a quick shout out to Phil Fortier too for making that for us. He's such a lovely person.
Yes.
And play Snail Trek, everybody. That's good stuff. All right, I'm done yelling.
Lovely parser game. That's okay. It's important that they know it's parser, because parser games are beautiful too. I know this is point and click, but there's always something to be said about the lowly parser.
And Phil does a really cool like new parser system where it's almost like using like an iPhone. It's got like autocorrect and shit. It's brilliant. Or suggestions,
it's really
let's say.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, even just the way that they lay out the monastery is fascinating to me. I mean, how you get to the maze and how you get around the overhead look. I mean, they copied it from the Camelot game, but they really improved on it for this game.
Gotcha. And I still have not played Camelot. I really need to.
Me neither. Yeah.
To-do lists.
I think Camelot and
interesting. That's why you guys are so quiet. You guys are
I don't know anything about
it.
It stuck with me when I was a kid because of the riddles in it, and I know there's some riddles in this game too. But Conquests of Camelot, some of the puzzles are quite heavily based on riddles and riddle stones, and I had to figure out the riddles all by my little old self when I was a kid. So it was like a whole family thing. It was kind of a big deal. Yeah.
I think I'm savoring Camelot because it's like the last Sierra game I have really to play, or at least there's Iceman too, but you both understand why. So I'm doing my best to get excited about that one, but yeah, Camelot's like the last like classic that I've never experienced. I'm like oddly savoring it. Okay, I have 2 notes for this area of the game. I just wanted to say on a good nod to, or just a nod again to like how well written I find this game to be is that I like that you have to prevent getting too drunk, because they had shown us to this point that Robin actually can't handle liquor very well.
Yep, right at the beginning when he had to be carried to bed.
Yeah. So I thought that was really nice, and I also I died by not doing that and getting drunk, and that was just, again, it's like really realistic. It's not like a cheap like adventure game or Sierra Death. It's like, no, if you passed out in front of these guys and they could examine you or attempted to move you and your disguise comes back, like they would. It's a reasonable way to die, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, and if anything, just to serve as like a snippet to the audience on how well they covered the bases. Okay, why not? Because this ties into one other note that we kind of passed through already, but I'll just tag back to it real quick and say that the copyright protection, as far as if the hand code stuff was handled really well. It's the gemstones that kind of wasn't, and the gemstones made me feel like Christy maybe wasn't aware of that until after the fact. Like everything is so streamlined in this game, including the hand codes, that when the gem thing comes up, I'm like, I wonder if this was like an after the fact thing, because it's the only part of the game that doesn't feel premeditated or just so well orchestrated as the rest of it.
Yeah, I will say the gemstones are not mentioned anywhere else, so I do understand that. I think it's sort of cool that there is gemstone lore, so maybe that's why I forgave it when I first played it. But yeah, if you're going to pick one of the copy protections that was sort of like shoved in there, that would be the one.
Okay, because that would be what it almost feels like. Maybe they were like, let's do one more though. Like, if you heard of this CD-ROM thing coming out, like people are really copying stuff like crazy right now. let's throw in a little extra, and that would be the one. That's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that's day 6. If you had anything else before I went on with day 6, please go ahead.
No, just that, you really have to make sure to pay attention to everything. And the scroll room is a good example of that. Like you said, you have to get information on what to do with the stones, not only as a skill, like you have to take that information, you have to convert it and interpret it and understand what it means so that you can use it to get to the next phase. But I mean, that's some real critical thinking skills we're being taught, figuring that stuff out for real, though.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Yeah, you have to pay attention, but I do think it's fair. That's the only
very
thing.
fair
For the most part. Yeah,
it's extremely. It made sense because I mean, it's very rewarding and satisfying to figuring things out in this game. It doesn't lead you astray too much in that way. It's very reasonable, and especially if you're going to die or something, it's like you do know how stupid what you're trying to do is, right? Like.
Yeah, a lot of the characters will just flat out warn you, like you're going to die if you do this. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So. This would be a good game to because there's a shocking amount of people of enthusiasts towards adventure games who are just have only really played LucasArts stuff and maybe the modern stuff, and it's there's like a saying we've said on this before is that there's Sierra fans like LucasArts games, but LucasArts fans don't necessarily like Sierra games.
Right.
And all that to say,
that.
yeah, exactly. Kind of, I could understand it too. It's fair enough. But I would almost say that in the past, I think I've used Gabriel Knight 1, but I might switch it going forward to this game as far as.
I think this game's friendlier than Gabriel Knight.
It is friendly.
I love Gabriel Knight, but Longbow is friendlier.
Yeah, and there's more like rhyme to reason, as you were just saying a second ago. Like they warn you when you should or shouldn't have done so. Usually preemptively, not after the fact. But like like a good friend of ours and the YouTuber Yaks Wax Lips, Michael, he was asking us like which this was long ago. He's since played I think quite a few Sierra games, but he's like, which should be the one I play? And in hindsight, I think this should start being my answer for that. As far as I'm not trying to convert because that's never going to happen, but just getting the LucasArts side, which is usually the friends overseas, but getting them to try a Sierra game. Well, I'll pose it as a question to you guys. What would be the Sierra game you would pick? Would it be this one?
I'd say so. I can't think of a different one that would be more forgiving, easier to get through. Because as much as I love, for example, the King's Quest games, they are punishing. Yeah. Especially like to someone who's not Sierra familiar. Yeah. It's kind of a hard sell.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I would say this could, for parser games, I'd say Conquests, or I'd say Laura Bow, the first one, Colonel's Bequest, because the game will play through no matter what you do or do not do, and that's okay if they're not used to it, so they can feel some satisfaction. And same, in the point-and-click realm, this one, because like outside of letting Marion die on day 2, Paul, it's really not that. There's not so many ways that you can mess it up so much so that you absolutely can't win. So, and that's what we're trying to do with newbies. We're trying to hold their hand and guide them through an experience that feels kind of safe when they're first starting out with it. And LucasArts is really good at doing that. Sierra, not so much so.
Yeah. Right. That's a good way to put it, because it's like we want them to like it too on top of it all. It's like, please like this and get hooked on this whole series of games.
Now, speaking of this day, back in here with the 9-man Morris, is there like some AI going on with this game? Like, how is he so damn good? Because there's actually a lot to take into context in the game rules.
There's something going on there. I don't quite, I say this in the video, I've looked at the code. I don't understand how it's working.
No.
But I do know that if you put the slider down, it's easier. If you put the slider up, it's harder.
It's amazing.
But yeah, he plays hard if you put it up the top. Now,
any good at that game?
So, what's that?
No, I said, is anybody any good at that game?
I'm sure some people are. Like, it is a real medieval game, and so you can get apps. I've looked before. You can get apps to play it on your phone
on purpose. I don't even get points for this.
I did want to kind of praise it. Yeah, I kind of wanted to, in my notes, I just have I think I wrote you liked it or something. It doesn't matter what I wrote to myself.
You liked it.
Yeah, it's always some vague, nudging me towards saying something conversationally. But I really, it's like it fits the lore. It's just the perfect fit. And on top of it, it's like a pleasant surprise to be like, oh, it's actually pretty fun. Like, I don't know if I ever want to play it again, or if I'd ever play it outside of Robin Hood. That's what I should say. I don't think I'd ever really want to play it outside of this game, but it's like the perfect companion to this game. It helps you feel, it helps you slip into the role of Robin in a sense, just because it's an old game. It's got an old English feel to it. It's a little familiar to stuff we know, but not at all. And you can learn it in 10, 20 minutes, a reasonable amount of time, let's say. Yeah, just it bloody hits the spot.
Yeah.
And then not only do you get to play a game, but you get to do a maze on that day. This, like you said, there's a lot going on. You get to rescue people, and it's a lot. It's
crazy. Is this a good time to bring up the fact that you can skip all of that?
Yeah,
it's hilarious. So that's the longest sequence of the game, but they gave you an out. So the game gives you all of these little outs that you can do. So if you go into town, you're mucking around and you can't figure it out, you can go back to your camp, you can blow your horn, and then this is just incredible to me. This entire special sequence where all of your men explain their plans for a frontal assault on the castle.
Yeah.
That you hear, and you have to decide which plan sounds the best, and you pick one, and depending on how good it is, you lose a certain number of outlaws depending on how good it is or not.
Right.
And you get this little cool battle sequence that Robin runs in, they're fighting people. You don't play it, right? It's just a cutscene, but there's this whole extra sequence
that nobody ever sees.
that nobody ever sees, and they made it so. Do you know what else they made it? That made it even extra complicated. Is if you go into town once, you come back. They tell you some plans, but one of the options is, hey, go back to town and try again. Oh, okay. Yeah, we believe in you. Go. Right? You do that. You come back a second time. So now, now they're like, well, the day's getting late. We got to do something. The plans are different. They programmed different, like 3 out of the 5 plans are now different. And some of them have different number of outlaws that you lose just because it's the second time you've talked to your men and it's later in the day. Why?
Wow.
Who didn't get any sleep for a week because of this decision?
The whole design team was masochistic. It's insane.
It's just weird. And then on top of that, this is something else that a lot of people don't know. If you go into town and then back and into town and then back and then into town and then back, so you do it 3 times, then your men sort of get tired of waiting around, and then they pick the worst plan, it's Much's plan, and they go without you. And they just do it.
It's unbelievable.
They're just like, you suck.
They're just like, you don't know what you're doing. We'll go and do it ourselves, I guess, because maybe you got killed. I don't know, man.
It takes a level of selflessness I don't have. On a developmental side, it's the amount of work that they put into, and they want you to see these scenes that they handcrafted and to give you an out. It's like telling your kid that Santa got the PS5. It's no, dude, I'm taking that one. That one, how can you just let them off of that? Let them off the hook with that? It's crazy.
Yeah, I can't think of anything analogous in other Sierra games, in a King's Quest game, even with a separate path, right? With King's Quest 6, once you're on a path, you're on the path. You can't, go backseat fortsies and I can't. Yeah, it's this. There are some decisions in other adventure games, but not like this.
Right.
So
yeah, no, exactly, not like this. I struggle to think of any adventure game, even modern, even a game like Unavowed, which has incredible amounts of layers and possibilities. They're still not quite the level of just go to town back and forth enough times to where the game thinks you don't know what you're doing and they do it for you. It's insane.
It is crazy.
Because it's insane because it makes sense too. It's well, that's actually pretty reasonable though. If you did appear,
if you're walking from the middle of Sherwood Forest to Nottingham and then back, it takes some time.
Right. It's a brilliant way to check on the player too without using time. Yeah, man, that's really cool.
That. Yeah.
I have a huge amount of admiration for all of that they've done to put this together.
Absolutely. Wow. Well, and then I guess this very briefly, because I know we've been talking about this for a long time, and we're barely halfway through. Just to mention, like this part, that they also took into account which day that you did first, and there's different dialogue for different stuff. If you rescue the boys first. When you talk to the prior in the monastery in the fens, he'll mention the escape, and that they're looking for Robin Hood, and then just stuff like that. And if you go to the Nottingham Castle, there's different dialogue based on whether the boys have been rescued or not, because you did it, in one order or another. One that I thought of because we were talking about it earlier is if you do this day first, and then do the fens, and you keep the amethyst. So what you have to do this is win the amethyst from Harry, but then not go through with the rest of that plan and just give up and call your men and do a frontal thing.
Wow.
And you keep it. You can give the amethyst to folk in that room. Instead of where you give him the money, you can give him the amethyst, and he's like, hey, I love amethyst, thank you, and he takes it.
It's insane because so much of the possibilities here are they contradict personality types. It's I don't think there's a human that fits the mold of puts in all the effort here and then walks away there. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's so much stuff.
It's got me thinking too, like how much dialogue had to be cut from Freddie Farkas for the CD version. I almost wonder if any of this had an impact on there not being a talkie. Just how many lines there must be in this game.
Maybe that, and my feeling is it's that, and it wasn't like a main. It's not King's Quest. They wouldn't put in the money to do that.
Right. Like this would actually be considered a hidden gem game, even in the Sierra realm. We're like, like not a lot of people even know about this game at all. Yeah, considering how prolific the designer was,
this game actually almost like Freddy. It gets stuck on people's I'm going to play that one day list. You know, it's like you bring it up. We've had a lot of guests on the podcast, and there's certain games that trigger that response. I gotta play that because they mean it. They don't say it for the games they don't want to play in the future, but it's like there's always those few games that they do want to play, but you never quite get to. Yeah.
I've done this whole episode holding the box for the game, right? Obviously, I'm just looking through the papers, and it is beautiful. I mean, I know nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but just the picture on the front, and just I love it. I love how big, fat, and chunky it is too, because I love that era of the big chunky box.
Yeah, well, why don't we do a really quick little detour and just I just wanted to bring up versions because I tried the EGA one. I couldn't really get through it. And then, Matt, you had mentioned to me the Amiga. Was that it?
Yeah, there is an Amiga version. It's just the color palette is limited, as the Amiga was. And it's apparently very slow. I have never played it before, but I've seen like somebody play through it, and it is painful. So I don't know what they were doing.
Okay.
But on the PC, there were two different versions. There's the 1.0, and then there's 1.1. And then within that, there were like sub-versions that had to do with patches that they did. It was kind of buggy on release.
Okay.
And there's a lot of like little differences, but nothing that most people would like really notice. It's really obscure. Like,
that's what I have. Version 1.0. That's my version.
Well, except that like some of I take that back because there are some obvious differences in like the color of the text boxes for whatever reason are different. I don't know why. But yeah. So there's like some differences with that, and then
that is good nerd stuff. So I really enjoy going over version differences. I'm not sure why.
I love that.
Text box things. And anybody listening to be tempted by the EGA, this would be a skip one too. So far, I've found of all the games that had a dedicated EGA release, so it wasn't just downscaled with the graphics card, that got like its own EGA artwork done. The only one that I think is better or as good as the VGA is Police Quest 3. And because I think the EGA Police Quest 3 brings in some much needed personality, because that game is just like it can be a little much on the realism. It's just not very fun to look at.
Oh, they went so hard in that one, didn't they?
EGA, like having the Cayenne and it looks really nice. Was Robin Hood though? Definitely just don't be a hero. Just play the regular VGA one. Don't do anything crazy.
Did it look like? Now I'm not familiar with the EGA version. Did it look like they did a proper EGA version, or did they just sort of run it through some sort of algorithm filter and call it a day? Because I know they do that occasionally.
Right. No, super.
Where they didn't like actually make a real EGA one. It was like designed to be an EGA. They were just like run it through it, get rid of some colors.
Right. Exactly. It's pretty hard to tell. Like the Police Quest 3, you could tell they handed that like with some care. The Space Quest, like Space Quest 4, let's say that's a great example of what you're just saying, where there's no way that was done by hand. They had to have just downscaled it, or like you said, just get rid of colors. Not to say it wasn't done by hand ultimately, but you know what I mean. Like Space Quest. If Space Quest 4 EGA looks like garbage and Police Quest 3 looks really good, I'd say it's right in the middle.
Yeah.
So it was done with some care, but at the same time, I'd say probably my only real critique with this game, like the only slight, and it's not even a huge negative, but the only slight like critique I'd have is that it's not the prettiest game because it's a lot of green featuring brown. Just a lot of those two colors. So when it comes to like the downscaling, that just becomes even more evident. It's just more green and brown. Like it's
right.
Yeah, I don't know. There's almost can't really articulate it better than that. But yeah, the EGA version is definitely not worth playing. It doesn't like doesn't bring anything like fun or exciting into it, or or anything like that. It's just downscaled.
Fair enough.
With love or not. like a sandwich from a gas station made without love is messed up.
So, yeah, I guess so. We're back into Robin's cave again, and we're at the beginning of day 7, and we have a scroll, and we got to do something with it, probably.
We do, yeah. So you can open this, deal with the scroll now, or you can wait until just before you need it. It doesn't really matter, but we can deal with it now if you want. So folk gave us a scroll. And I don't know how spoilery we want to get, but basically you use the scroll puzzle, but you sneak into the abbot's bedroom and then you steal a puzzle box that he had been working on. Well, you use Folk's scroll, you open up the puzzle box, and there is the fire ring. Which is the other ring that Folk told you about. Before there's something else I want to talk about with it, but before I do you have any comments on this puzzle?
No, personally, no.
You mean on how putting it together? Or, I mean, to me, the last time I played it, I forgot to get it out from under the pillow, and then I just moved the pillow back, and then I thought I had put myself in a soft lock, and I was surprised to find out I hadn't, because I was like, I had to make the decision: do I just quit and restart now? Or do I?
Gotcha.
But I didn't, because it was already later. But yeah, about the puzzle specifically, what would you like to say?
Oh, I didn't know if there was anything you wanted to. It's interesting. It's an acrostic puzzle where you take the first letter of like the tree names in it, and it's kind of cool. And it's it's just a neat little bit of lore. But what I find fascinating about this, and I go into into this in the video, is how you can sort of screw things up with the game. So you're not supposed to get the fire ring until you're done with both of these days. Because to get the fire ring, you need the puzzle box, which you get on one day. And then you need Folk's scroll, which is the answer to it, with like the key to it, basically, on the other day. So you're supposed to go through days 5 and 6 before you get the fire ring, right? That's the intended thing to do. Okay. But you can like save scum it, basically. So what you can do is do the day where you rescue the boys first, get the puzzle box, okay? Save your game, and then play through until you get the solution to it, because the solution to it is set when you start the game, like not when you like get the puzzle box, not when you get it like on day 7 or whatever, but at the very beginning of the game is when the solution to that is set.
Already decided. Wow.
Yeah. So you play through, you find the solution, restore your game, and now you have the fire ring early. And when you do that, weird stuff happens at the Fens Monastery. So now you can go to the Fens Monastery and have the ring. And there's like programmed stuff to respond to that, even though you're not supposed to be able to have it. So like you can show the ring to the boatman who rows you across, and he has a response to that. Bizarrely, if you show the ring to the boatman after he lands and you get off the boat, Robin gets back in, and then the boatman monk knocks you out of the boat and kills you.
Dude.
And then there's like a response from the other monk with like a punctuation error in it.
No one's ever going to see this shit.
Yeah, and they didn't. And so then you go in, and if you wear the ring in the monastery, a monk pops up out of nowhere and kills you because he's, hey, you're the person who stole that ring. It's just weird. And then I think maybe my favorite part of it is at the end, when Folk is telling you about these rings, Robin is like, hey, man, I already got it. And Folk actually responds to it and says, well, you must be a magician.
No way. How did they call for that? What is going on?
Yeah, you must be a magician, Thanks for having that. But that even then, it's still buggy because the conversation is wired up incorrectly. And so Robin has one of Folk's lines, and then the conversation ends early. Oh, no way. So like it's all this like it's like they were working on this stuff, and then at some point like they decided, well, okay, I guess you're not able to actually do that, so just forget about it.
Right. Right. And like they had to abandon it then.
Yeah, they just abandon it. And there's other stuff like that too in the monastery. I didn't mention this, but there are 2 scripts for the prior, like the character the prior. One is called Prior and one is called The Prior. And they use one and not the other. And the one they didn't use has a bunch of coded responses for like giving him stuff. Like you can give him the amethyst, you can give him the half-heart emerald, you can give him money, and he'll react to all of it. But you can't do any of that like in the game proper. So I just think that's amazing, and it's something that like when you think about it in hindsight, it's like, oh yeah, then yeah, that makes sense that you could do that by cheating. But nobody does that. Like nobody ever thinks to do that.
Nobody, only speedrunners do like the most randomest, coolest, most amazing things. It's like, to me, speedrunning is like taking a game that you know very well, like we are, and then like going to the next level of the game. Like it's so impressive.
That is exactly it. What you do is that you make a meta puzzle out of it. Like you solve the puzzles the first time, and then the puzzle is how do you solve the puzzles most efficiently.
Right.
Oh, so well said. Yes.
Indeed. Man, yeah, that is so good. It's got me thinking, like, how many times I run a player has inventory check, like, just in my game. Like, it's how many things would go wrong, basically, if they could just simply have something earlier than they should. Yeah. It'd be catastrophic in so many scenarios.
And this is something that's kind of common to Sierra games, where they will code a bunch of responses for characters, like, accepting things, and then something in the design phase changes, and you can't do that thing anymore. Like I know Dagger of Amon-Ra has that, where it's almost like they looked at a table of every inventory item and then coded a response for showing that item to a person, even if you get that item after that person's dead, or like, you know,
almost in like a workflow sense. Like it's just easier to get the work done that way. Yeah.
Yeah. It's easier to be like, okay, well, here's this response if we need it.
Right. Right.
So there's that. Tangent. You can cut this out if you want to, but I think one of the ones that sticks in my mind is that you know how you have the press pass in Dagger of Amon-Ra, and you give it to Wolf at the front door, and he takes it like you don't have it anymore. If you could give it to Olympia, you know, the death obsessed, like, you know, person in the museum, she has a response that's something like, oh, I bet you've, you know, used this press pass to go lots of places, like murder scenes.
No way.
Really?
But
I had no idea.
Yeah. Well, and you wouldn't, because you can't do it. You can't give it to her.
I would never. That's amazing.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of stuff like that in there. Anyway,
it's like making a game new again. And I mean, even for people that are just playing the games like a regular person does, you're still surprised. You're surprised in finding hidden details every time you play through anyways. So this is just like a whole nother level of it. That is so cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Like in this game, there's a response that like, if you could give the puzzle box to the widow, there's a response there, but you can't. So
it's on deck though.
Anyway.
I mean, it almost sounds like there's I don't know. It sounds like I could probably do like another 2 hours with you another time with Dagger of Amon-Ra then, because that would be a lot of fun. Absolutely.
I think so too.
So I think in this game, so in the new level, going to the tree, I know I try shooting everything. Yes. You can shoot the tree too, which was fun.
Yeah. So on this day, you got to do two things. You've got to meet up with Marion to give her scroll back. And if you show her the emerald on this day, this is when the fun happens. That obviously they censored. It's a family game, as they say. But so you do that, and if you didn't show it to her, show the emerald. If you didn't show the emerald to her on the previous encounter,
what a big emerald you have.
Exactly. So if you didn't show that to her the first time, then basically you have the first conversation this time, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
So like there's two conversations, and if you if you start the conversation chain on this day, you just get the first half of the conversation, and you don't get the fun times. So, so there's that. But then you've got to do this whole thing where in exchange for rescuing her sons, the widow gave you this magical golden net. You've got to go out into the forest and catch a pixie, which is kind of a pain in the ass, especially if you're not used to it. And like there's little ways to cheese it by like where like Robin stands to sort of like cut it off or whatever, but it's still a pain. But then you go, I like this sequence a lot actually, where he takes you to the green man, I guess he's called. He's the old man in the oak. He's like the forest grandpa, basically, and says, if you want my protection, then you've got to answer my riddles. And I was just skipped over this. So the scroll that you stole was the hand scroll, and what it is this: it's a code where if you point to different parts of your hand, it corresponds to different letters. So you can basically point to like in between the knuckles on whatever finger, and it'll be an S or something, right?
Right.
And you go around your hand or whatever. So Marion teaches you that. Then when you go to the oak, you have to answer these riddles, which are kind of cool. And when I've streamed this before, it's fun to like see if chat can guess the riddles if they don't already know the answers.
Yeah.
But yeah, you do that, and then in return, the green man grants you the protection of the forest, which we don't quite know exactly what it is yet. But what it is that you can use the hand code and magically like turn into a tree to protect yourself, basically.
Right. Or you can make fancy ivy happen.
Yes, there is that too.
Yeah.
my main note.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna, sorry. My only note for this part is that Robin uploads the hand code like Neo in the Matrix. He's just like, and I completely understand it, and then it's off screen.
I get it.
Yeah,
it's now memorized. I thought. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's like that. There's some sort of like Marion mentions something about like because it's magic, like it gets burned into his brain or something, which I just interpret as here's a clue, dummy, that it's in the manual. Go.
See, but I love. I didn't even realize that, and I love the level of care that they at least gave it. They at least took a swing at it. They're like, hey, we're going to explain it. Whether you like the explanation or not is up to you, but we're going to explain it. That's kind of cool. I missed that. It's like
I think it's something like that. I might be misremembering, but
I'm always making connections. One of the I think the Ivy code you have to use is Gort, and that's one of the characters from Quest for Glory 5, which I thought was fun.
oh, cool.
Yeah, not necessarily at all connected, and different time frames, but still, it's there.
Yeah, you knew playing Quest for Glory 5 would come in handy one day.
That is the only Quest for Glory I have not played.
I love that one. My
I know people
oldest
love it,
son
but
speed runs that one. not.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned that before. That's really
just
cool.
for fun. It's a good one.
Yeah. So let me think. Anything with the green man? I think, Anna, you mentioned this. I think you mentioned this. But if you like try to shoot him, he'll come out and turn you into a tree permanently. Because
he will.
I mean, if someone like shot at me, and I'd be kind of pissed off.
Yeah, that one's fair enough.
Especially when you can do you. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say something that people miss, and I missed for the longest time, is there's this really brief window after you talk to the green man for the first time and before he goes back into his tree. It's like 5 seconds, and that's the only opportunity you have to like show him things from your inventory, and he'll have responses like, you show him the fire ring, and he's like, I don't like that, because he's a tree. So.
Yeah, that's stuff that gets me too. Like the developers are so selfless. Like you'd think you'd nudge the player into seeing your hard work, and they're just like, "Yeah, we're actually going to make it pretty hard for you to see some of this stuff."
Yeah,
good way to put it. Oh yeah, can't you shoot the trees when you're in the grove with Maid Marian, either the first or the second time? I think you can shoot into the trees and lose the game.
Can
there
you?
too.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, just randomly. I just like trying to shoot things.
Yeah,
well, who does? I mean, if they give you an icon that's a bow and arrow, yes, you try it on everything. Save first. But yes, you got to try that on everything. Most of the time, it just says, "I don't want to shoot my friends."
Right? Yeah.
Fine.
So a good quick summary on how to beat this game is shoot and pay everybody.
Yeah. Or give money, shoot. Not necessarily in that order.
They don't take the money, shoot them.
Yeah. So yes, we've now learned the hand code. That is a thing, and once you do the where you learn the skill, you can turn into an oak tree. You're done for the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do that, you walk away, you're done.
Is there a trick with the pixie, like walk off and on the screen X amount of times or anything like that?
No, there's nothing like that. Really, it's like if you position Robin in a certain spot, the pixie is more likely to run like right in the center. So what I do normally, I can send you a screenshot or something. You position him and then as soon as you hear like the little jingle of the pixie like running, you just immediately put down the net and he runs right into it. Like one thing that is a mistake that sometimes people do, but it is a reasonable mistake, is to like try to lead the pixie or something, like try to get him as he's running.
Right.
But like you can just put it on the ground and he can run right into it. Or she or it or whatever.
That makes more sense. I kept trying to throw it just in front of the pixie so that our timing would line up.
So much harder.
Yeah.
And then
it took forever.
And then it's random whether he comes from the right or the left. And then it's also random. Like it's random how long it takes for him to show up too. So that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, that I think even more than catching it got me on the last playthrough. It was taking a particularly long time. And that's when I started going off and on screen again. It's like a common. So sometimes works with Sierra games, right? Just exit, re-enter, exit, re-enter.
Yeah, I mean that one, you really shouldn't do that because the timer just starts over as soon as the pixie leaves the screen anyway.
I was in hindsight, that's hilarious because it turned into a good 20-30 minute ordeal for me. And
oh no!
I was restarting my counter over.
No, yeah,
it's kind of awesome.
Yeah, the game is like full of stuff like that too. I guess to make it seem more realistic, but like every time that you're supposed to encounter somebody at the Overlook, I don't know if you noticed this, when they show up is a random time between 10 and 20 seconds. So it's always different how long it takes for people to show up.
It's funny too, because a lot, like, okay, for example, if you need to click a button to turn something on, everybody understands that. But if you need to hold the button down to turn something on, a lot of people just will keep clicking it and think it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that in the game. It's like if you don't grasp the waiting concept, a lot of this game is going to be very frustrating right from the get-go.
Yeah,
that's probably the only thing we talked earlier about. Like, which game would you recommend? There are just a couple of places I would probably nudge them in the right direction. And one is when you go to the Overlook, you have to wait.
Yeah,
right.
Don't just look and see. Oh, nothing's happening. Let's go somewhere else, because then the game is going to be very boring.
Because that would be how I would play it if I didn't know better. I just go there, look around, and nothing here. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you can almost see how that style of gameplay or developing has fallen out of favor in a sense. Like we don't expect that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So we're back to the we got to walk down the road and what is it? We're going to see how do you pronounce it? Yeoman, right?
Yes, yeah. So we're on day 8. It's the day of the fair, the fun fair.
Yes, okay.
I like this day.
I like this day too.
We all got audibly excited when you said fair.
Yeah, well, it's a fun little thing. Yeah, so you get another disguise, and this is one where you really can't be evil, because if you try to shoot the yeoman, he just shoots you back, and you both die. So you have to give him some money in exchange for his stuff. Oh, okay, wait, real quick. One of the evil things that I forgot to mention. So in the Fens Monastery, if you go in to where Folk is being tortured, he's like strapped up on this machine, every time that you leave and come back without rescuing him, the game takes away 25 points.
Oh, wow. What? That's funny.
So you
How
get the
could
little
you leave him like that?
Yeah, if you leave him up there, you leave, you come back in. It's either 25 or 50 points. I can't remember.
God, I love that.
Anyway,
so
you can do
business.
that, and I have not sat there indefinitely and tried to get my score like super negative. It's very possible to get a negative score at some points in the game.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that they do that. Like that's such a great and correct time to punish somebody for being a dick, and they just kind of chip away your points. Like that's brilliant.
Shockingly, it does not affect your ending. It's not the ending points, not the reputation score, but you do lose points. But anyway, so the fair. So we go to the fair, and describe this fair for me, because this is amazing.
It's like a fair that's run by it's like meta. It is such a meta, fourth wall breaking. It's all not only the people that have made the game, but people that have made other games within the series. Like you've got Laurie and Corey Cole, you've got Christy Marks, you've got other game designers, friends and family members. It's just such a trip going around and talking to everybody.
It's like if Sierra alumni was running a Ren fair.
Yes.
Like
everything in it is some sort of Easter egg, some sort of reference. You talk to people, and I know that the two guys are there too.
Yes.
And like everything is a joke of some kind.
You can even talk to the animals, the mule, the boar, everybody.
See, I didn't know that.
So great.
The Christy Marks bit was great. I thought that was just that was a great way to handle her cameo. To let me give you some points. You'll probably want something. And she gives you or takes away by accident, or gives you too many back, and
it gives you too many. And it's like,
starts out. She gives you too many. Oh, that's too much. She takes away, but she takes away too much. Oh, so let me fix it. I better leave well enough alone.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. That was great.
And you can even do things you don't have to do. Like you can get little gifts for Maid Marian or not while you're there. And I think that's just lovely. And it's like, oh, no, I can't bring it to her in person, some random excuse. How about you just deliver it? That's sweet.
Yeah, you've got to do that. If you want full points, you have to do that. You can also give money to beggars. There are a couple of beggars around that you can give money to.
At least two. And I think one guy has like one leg.
Yes. Yeah.
Question for you, Matt. You said in your video you had taught me, I didn't know that Space Quest makes a Longbow reference.
Yeah, in the B-roll was missing in that I've since had to acquire. But so in in Space Quest 1, the VGA version, the VGA remake, that apparently people don't like, but I've never played it casually.
I like it. It's charming. If you like that style of art, it's really fun.
So you get into the escape pod like at the very beginning of the game, and there's you look at the buttons and how you press the button to go on autopilot. There's the one in the middle that says "Don't touch this button."
Right.
If you touch that button, you get sent back in time to Conquests of the Longbow, and you get spat out, and you crash land at the foot of Nottingham Castle.
Brilliant. That is okay. It triggered my own memory of doing that as you were saying it too. That felt good. Yeah, I completely remember that now. Okay,
there it is.
Yeah,
there it is.
We've talked about it on the show before. It's so neat having how the Sierra developers were like kind of little celebrities to us growing up. They were on the boxes and stuff like that. So it's almost more fun when you get this impression that they were friends with each other. It's like, this is like a little handshake deal. I'll be in your game and you guys be in mine. It ties together this little world. So that's yeah, that's cool. And the Coles are in there too, I think, right? Because
the Coles are in there. They're on the first screen. I wonder how often that was done without telling people. Because for obviously for this with no voice acting, you could just put everybody in here and not tell them at all.
Right.
So I have no idea though.
Right. Yeah. No, it does make you wonder if they just almost covered for you that day.
Did they tell Larry that they put him in Police Quest 2? Maybe they didn't even let him know. I don't know. Where was he going?
Did they tell Larry, man?
I don't know. I don't think Larry is always used to being asked for consent or vice versa. So.
The two guys didn't say anything to that. We're like, we'll let the girl make that joke, I guess.
Yeah, probably safer. So yeah, lots of little Easter eggs. It was great. You can give it, and I mean, this is all sort of leading up to going into the tournament. So I mean, but to do that, you have to solve another kind of interesting copy protection style puzzle with information you need to already have from previously. Yeah,
one thing, we didn't mention this, but it's this. I almost don't even want to go to the plot of it because it almost makes no sense. But basically, Marion says at the fair, you need to find a scholar, and for reasons, you need to give him the hand scroll. But to know that he's the right one and to prove that you're Robin Hood, you need to ask him to show you the coat of arms of blank, and it's randomized each playthrough. So some coat of arms, you need to have him show you the correct coat of arms. And so there are 3 scholars that are roaming around. Only one is the correct one. One of them is actually working for the sheriff, and if you talk to him too much, you'll get arrested. But if and then the other one is clueless and is actually a scholar and is like, oh, I don't have any coat of arms books. I'll go home and see if I can find it. Right. But then the one who is the spy, it's the queen's spy. You talk to him, you ask him about, show me the coat of arms. You have to look in the manual to see to make sure you're telling him the correct one. And except that you don't, which I didn't mention this in the video. There's a way to cheese it. So the way it's presented is that he's showing you coats of arms and saying, is this the right one? Is this the right one? Is this the right one? And you have to say yes or no. Well, the correct one, even though it's randomized, is always the second one.
Okay.
It's always the second one.
And you get different
cool.
points. And if you skip it, right, it's not even a good deal.
Yes, now there's that too. So what you can do is like get it wrong, and then when he asks you for the scroll, you can like refuse to give it to him, and like he gets pissed off and walks away, and then you walk up to him again. But you get like half as many points as you would if you like screw it up and hesitate. So the way I like to put it is the game tends to punish you for indecision. Like, I don't know if I want to rescue Folk or not. I'll come back to it later.
This game is making leaders. This is it. Yes. It's a leader maker. Don't question it. Make the decision. Life will go on, and just do it. Do it. Do it.
Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, because it really is consistency with what you're saying there on a two Robin Hood's character. So it does kind of oddly explain it. Yeah. Like, that's what they would expect from Robin Hood. Would not be indecision. Huh. I wonder if that's like a pet peeve of Christie's. Indecision.
People that are undecided. Actually, reading about the copyright and her other ideas and how much work she's put into this game, I bet you she does not have a lot of tolerance for people that do things half-assed.
Right, yeah. She's clearly ambitious and motivated too. So yeah, those types usually. I mean, I can usually irritate those types by existing.
Very, very well. Our podcast for her maybe is, oh no, that's all right. You'd be lovely. Come on. You'll be fine. We'll all be fine. It'll be fine.
I would love to talk to Christy. We tried to get in touch with her, but just didn't get a response. But because I had some questions like to verify some stuff, like whether this thing or that thing was actually a reference to that historical thing or this other historical thing. But I don't like to say things in videos that I'm not sure of. So, of course.
Something oddly fitting about the Hollywood one not reaching back, like can get a hold of any Sierra alumni member virtually. But yeah, she's all Hollywood and stuff.
So after you do that, you can. I don't know if you have anything else that anybody wants to say about the fair before we get on to the tournament.
Talk about the tournament.
Yeah. This is the same day, right? The Golden Arrow tournament's day 8, right? Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Same day. It's a big day. There's a lot happening.
Yeah.
So this is another one that if you have the slider all the way down for whatever reason, it's a very, very fast tournament.
Yeah, I kind of regretted it too. But yeah, my most recent playthrough, I had it all the way down. And I was like, well, let's just keep moving.
If you have it like just one from the bottom, it's pretty easy. I think.
Okay.
It's not too bad. But I like, they put some effort into like, because for people who haven't played it, it's an arcade sequence where you're actually shooting the arrows. And there's like a little wind like flag that they have to take into account wind too, which is kind of fun.
It blows my mind how they coded it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is pretty cool, but eventually, if you don't screw it up, you will win the tournament by splitting the arrow, kind of like how, the legend and the and the Disney version, it's a mirror of that, which I'm assuming is in the original Legends. Most of my Robin Hood knowledge comes from that from the Robin Hood Disney version. So
understood.
Most of mine comes with Bryan Adams singing in the background. Just the memories of it in general. Yeah, and that's why I regretted having the slider all the way down for that moment, because it really takes away from it. Once I realized what I'd missed, I'm like, damn it, that's like, It's like
it doesn't even show you anything. It just like brings up a black like screen.
Yeah,
you've won. Congratulations.
Good job. You're the best. Let's go. You have the golden arrow.
Yeah, you can fail it, like especially if you purposely like miss. You can not win the tournament. That is possible. Something else that we didn't figure out until recently is that like there are other ways to get kicked out. So like if you pay the fee to go in, and Robin complains about the fee, which is kind of funny. You pay to go in, but then if you leave, they're like, you can't come back in. Sorry, and so you're screwed there. But also this really obscure one that, again, I have to give a huge shout out to Sluicebox, because part of the reason that we understand all this stuff better is because he made annotated versions or releases annotations of the decompiled code, which makes it so much more readable. Yeah. So thank you to him. But basically, after you give the scholar the scroll, if you do 31 screen transitions, the tournament starts without you and you can't get in. And if you do 43 screen transitions, the tournament's over and you can't get in. So it's sort of like, well, you were screwing around too much. Yeah, it ended and you can't get in.
Oh, that's awesome.
Good one, buddy.
I don't know if I'd feel that way if it happened to me, but that is awesome.
You have to try to get to that point. Imagine after giving the scroll, you're going to go to 31 different screens.
Right, you have to deserve it is why it's great. Yeah. Exactly.
And the fact that they coded it in. This is just a wondrous wonder.
That's so good. Yeah. The level of detail it becomes more and more surprising the more you unravel for us, because it's like, it really just is unmatched in a fascinating way, like almost to the point where it's like, well, why didn't this? I mean, that's not a question I have. I know why it didn't continue into other games. It's too much on the development team.
It is, and most people don't find it. And I think something like one of my favorite games is The Witcher 3. And like there's this whole genre of video of YouTube video that's just secrets in The Witcher 3. And I think part of that survives because of YouTube culture. Like obviously the game is really good. But if you don't find something, you can go on, what did I miss in whatever game? And you can see that stuff and share that stuff. But for this stuff, the stuff that we grew up with, like we didn't have that. You have no idea. No. People have no idea what's in this game.
Right.
It's true. And honestly, like back when we would play a parser game, often, like for me, I'd wait until the VGA version came out so I could see all the dialogue options I had missed because I simply didn't know all the questions to ask to everybody. Yeah. So that was like the revealer was the other version. And then it's like, but how much are you missing in the VGA game? Well, obviously a lot.
Yeah, it almost makes me wonder if they should have, or not wonder, but for just assert upon them that they should have, well, I guess for starters, fix the one, or have been aware of the one Walking Dead situation and fixed it, and then two is marketed this game as maybe unfailable or something like that, in a way to get encourage players to explore more than usual. Because again, I feel like I missed so much of this game in large part because it was a Sierra game. Like I didn't want to fuck around too much, and I definitely assumed a lot of failures that weren't failures, I guess. So it would have been almost nice to know that you can really just explore and mess around in this game, and it'll somehow all work out. I mean, as you said, not saying you get the best ending or whatever, but you can finish the game.
Yeah. Which is just so unique to me, and I cannot think of a single other adventure game period that has like the level of attention to detail that this one has. But like you can't expect that because they just went over and above and beyond with this one, and I cannot imagine all the mental like gymnastics you have to do to keep all this in your head. It's
true. They say it right on the back of the box. Bears the type of attention to intricate detail that Christy Marks is known for. Computer gaming world. It's right there.
It's a shame that sounds just like more generic fluff. It's like, no, but for real.
But it's like, bloody true as hell.
Like, yeah. Because I mean, even I'm developing the Phantom Fellows in a sense where I want it to be as close to this as possible. Like, I so much of this hits me in the heart because there's so many things in the game that I know people will never see. Like, it'll be so rare that they take it from that angle and get to see that part, or so much of it will just involve which of the two characters in the game that they do the thing first with or whatever. So it's like, it pains me a lot of times when I know that like one of the funnier lines is one of the less likely things or whatever like that. But the whole point of bringing this into it is just to say, like, I'm of course doing all these cross checks as we talk about it and comparing it and like, how's my level of detail versus theirs. Like, I've got a map and you can go back to previous days and explore previous areas, and then therefore you should have different interactions with people on different days, and those people know that it's a different day and blah, blah, blah. But what I have to say is I could never keep up with Longbow. I mean, obviously and largely because it's just me and not a team, but also like where I have to check out is like with inventory. Like that's where I have to cut my losses. Like, there is no way I could have the player giving shit to other people like they do in this game. Like, I don't I don't know if it's possible to keep up with this game. And like you were just saying, Matt, where it's like no other adventure game has this level. And I think even if you wanted to, as I do, I still can't obtain it. Because
it's hard to, I think, well, especially, like you as a solo dev, like justify the extra work to this extent.
Right.
Like I'm sure it's fulfilling to put in the extra stuff that you anticipate people doing, and that would be fun to find. But at a certain point, you have to say, I've got to get this thing done.
Right.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. And I guess for me, a lot of it lies in the inventory, because it's like you get done so much, and then it's like, oh, now I need fresh, funny lines for that too. Like, dude, you know how many inventory items and characters there are? It's like a matrix of combinations. But Longbow did it. They did it so well that you could successfully give them the inventory items. Like, it wasn't even just them accounting for the attempt and giving you a clever line for it. It's like sometimes they'll be like, yeah, sure, we'll take it. And it seems like it would ruin your game. No, we have an ending for that too. Like, damn, this was special.
Though there is one funny exception to that. If you have already opened the puzzle box and you don't need Folk's scroll anymore, you can give it to the widow, who says something like, she says something like, oh, this will be, like good for I'll give it to my sons and they'll mess around with it. Or she says something, but she says she'll take it, but then the game doesn't actually take it away from you. Like it's such an obscure thing that like they didn't test that. And so she says she takes it, but she doesn't.
They just straight bluffed it.
When the monk busts you later on and then like doesn't kill you, right, in the monastery when you're going through that scene
for those people who haven't seen the video, in the Abbey Monastery, you can go to a part of it and one of the monks will like start wandering through, and you can show him the stolen puzzle box and he'll like sound the alarm and say, hey, I found a thief, but then nothing actually happens and he just walks away. But it's sort of an obscure thing because like there's nothing to do in that room except to continue on to the hedge maze, and so you wouldn't really think to like just hang out in there for like 20-30 seconds or whatever it is for him to walk in. So I don't really blame them either.
Well, it's like you said with the, going up to the road. It's like you should be there, and it's hard to hang out for 20 seconds, much less be in some room, and just like randomly sitting around and. Which ties into your YouTube culture comment too, where it's like it is like a different. I don't know. It's just the way we play games now. I guess is different in a sense, where it's like people look for that stuff just to generate content, and because I've done the same. Like some of my pre-recording, we were talking about games that we'll play just to shut the brain off of mine would have been. To a degree, Red Dead, or I guess I could say it's definitely Red Dead, but maybe once I had finished it, then it's like more brainless because it is pretty engaging during it. But anyway, some of it, the YouTube culture videos on that are just insane as well, like this kind of level of detail. But it's expected now, like now it's almost a competition now to see who can cover these bases the best and get dimensions for it. But anyway, okay, sorry, I'm slowing this up.
No, that's all right. So we're back to day 9, and we're going to go visit the oak tree and do sort of that side of things. We're going to check out our hand code and see how it all works today.
Yeah, so I forget who, I think it's Will who warns you, but one of your men warns you is like, there's sheriff's men who are, combing the forest. And, so what you have to do is you have to go into the forest. You don't have to go to the oak necessarily, but you just have to run around in the forest. And then eventually, the sheriff's men will start chasing after you. And what you have to do is you have to go to a grove. And the oak tree counts as a grove, I guess, because you can do it there too. But there are
I didn't know you didn't have to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can go to in the actual forest. There are like tree groves, and if you like look around, it'll tell you there's a grove to the west or the east or whatever. But anyway, what you have to do is that you have to like look at the tree, and it won't necessarily tell you what. It will tell you like, okay, back up. You look at the grove, it'll give you a picture. You have to go to the manual again, and you have to look up what the druid name for that tree is. Not its like normal English name, but the druid name for it, and then spell that out with the hand code, and then you turn into a tree, which is kind of weird. But you turn into a tree, and then the sheriff's men will walk past you. The one exception to that I did not know until this year, some screens have blackberries on them, and if you do the druid name for blackberry, the blackberries kind of part and like make a path, and you can run through that way.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's the one time you don't have to turn into a tree. But otherwise, you have to turn into a tree, and then the sheriff's men walk by you. Something else I like about that sequence, though, is that you can try, because you might think, well, hey, what if I use one of my disguises? Because one of the things we haven't mentioned is that when you have these disguises, they keep piling up in your cave. And so you can use the disguises like even after you're done using it. But on this day, if you try doing that and try evading them, then there's always some dialogue, but it's unique to each disguise. But the sheriff's men always see through it, and you end up getting killed no matter what. Okay. But the dialogue is different for what you're doing. Like if you like dress up as the Fens monk, they kind of have this debate afterwards about whether it was actually a sin to kill you or not. Maybe it was just a little sin because you were like running away or something. But anyway.
God, it sounds like almost like a month's worth of programming just in a casual comment of like, oh, and by the way, you can try any previous disguise at any point, and everybody's going to have different lines because now you're in a disguise. Like, oh my God, the workload. It's just it's so impressive though. My only note for this segment was that this puzzle, the turning into a tree puzzle, logically felt the most adventure gamey of the game. Mm-hmm. So I guess
in what way?
The closest this game gets to, I don't want to say convoluted, but just a little wacky, for lack of a better term. I don't know. Maybe it was the turning into a tree factor, but also I think it's also in part like the logic getting there too, like the druid puzzle and Yeah, I don't know. Adventure.
It is a bit of wacky magic. Yeah, I mean, turning into a tree is kind of weird.
Yeah, like I don't know if Roberta Williams had done one puzzle in the game, I would have said it was this one. It just has like that little bit of like kind of bananas sort of vibe, like kind of bonkers vibe to it.
I know it's like occasionally when you walk in, and it was super random for me. Like a little fly comes up, and you can like kill it in the cobblers, which I thought is so cool.
Yeah, well, it's even cooler than that because it's like as if the fly is on your screen.
Yeah,
and you
it's like it's walking and like, what is that? Yeah. Oh, I have to squish it.
Let's see, I wrote this down. It's a 1 in 9 chance. And one thing that I don't know why they did this, but you cannot be wearing the yeoman's outfit. If you're wearing anything else, then 1 in 9 chance of getting the bug.
Mm-hmm. Which is the good kind of bug.
Yeah.
I almost wonder why they even randomized that. Like they did the work. Why not have the players see the bug? Like it's fun and a positive. Like at least 1 in 4.
Yeah, that might have been better. But they had some wacky. Oh, I didn't mention this one way back when we talked about the deer. If you could see the deer, it's a 1 in 26 chance.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
If you could.
Well, if you could.
The
bunny's hacking it. Better than that. It's like 1 in 8 or so. I can't remember.
Oh, goodness.
And only having seen the deer from your video and that for that matter, knowing about them, it's an impressive little animation. Like it's, that took at least a whole day, possibly a week.
Yeah, possibly. But yeah, so yeah, they Sierra throws randomness into tons of things when they don't need to.
They really do. It's odd.
I don't really. Yeah.
Like I almost think they got a little kick out of it. Like there must have been that going on because they really lean on the randomizing. It's a little strange.
Yeah.
Like it makes me feel like I have control issues because I'm like, well, I don't want to randomize that.
What? No. But no, it's fun. I really like the end of this day. I like the whole conversation in the sheriff's quarters and all that. I think it's quite good.
Now, which one did you do in your playthrough? Because the whole point of the rest of this is that you're tricking the sheriff into giving you some money, and there are two ways that you can do it. You can either dress up as the yeoman, or you can go encounter a jeweler who's coming down the road with some false jewels trying to swindle the sheriff's wife, and you can go do it that way.
That's the one I did. Yeah.
Okay.
It was so much fun. The conversation, getting his wife all ramped up, and she's like, "Oh, it was just so." I love that scene so much.
Yeah. What's weird to me is that's the one with the jeweler that gets you more points. Even though that one is like the sillier story, because what you tell them is that, I found a dragon's cave full of treasure in Sherwood Forest. Like, what? And so for people who haven't played the game, what happens then is that you take the sheriff out into the forest. Obviously, there's no dragon's cave. You steal the money that he brought with him, which is a lot. He brings like, depending on which way you go, it's either 5,000 or 1,000. Yeah. But he comes in there and whatever. But the other one is more plausible. The other one is just, I befriended Robin Hood. Do you want me to betray him? Which makes a bit more sense.
I never even tried that one. I never got that one. I always did the jeweler. That's funny.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about that one, And there's a really obscure thing too that you can do. I didn't mention in the video. So when you like enter the sheriff's room as the yeoman, as the archer, you can either just talk to him a bunch, or you can use your money on him and like bet with him and say something like, "I bet that you're going to give me some money today," or something like that. like wager with him. I can't remember the exact dialogue, but it's just really obscure stuff. I don't know why they would do that.
I'm surprised there's a points difference.
Yeah. There's a points difference, and there is a amount of money that you get. So we didn't talk about this. So when you get the golden arrow, if you get the golden arrow, right, you get 10,000 marks for the ransom fund. You're trying to get ransom for King Richard, if you remember, all the way back to the beginning. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to free him. So you get money for that, and then this also gives you some coin depending on which way you go, and one is worth more than the other. But I think this day, I think like this moment in particular is like one of my favorite moments in gaming for player choice, because they accounted for so much stuff. Like with the yeoman, whether or not you won the tournament or not, there's different dialogue. If you won the tournament or not, and you do the jeweler part of it, that determines whether you have to disguise your beard or not, which is just crazy to me, because if you won the archery tournament, then you got close enough to the sheriff's wife that she recognizes your your facial hair this day. Yes. But if you didn't, then you didn't get close enough, and you don't have to bother disguising your beard. And then all the stuff with the beard too, because like we were saying earlier, normally NPCs, you go up to them, you walk away, they don't care, they don't know. Yeah. But here, like if you go, this just boggles my mind. You go in with your beard one color, you walk away, you come back, the guard remembers, and he's like, "Why is your beard different, dude? We're going to arrest you. Figure this out." And there's different dialogue for that, whether you do one color first or the other. And the other character, like Lob, has different dialogue depending on which way you go. The pub keeper has different dialogue depending on. This is just crazy to me.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And as you said, that like the NPCs, they don't care. They just kind of start over, and it's funny because the player doesn't care either, because we're used to that. We're more used to the NPCs just being like, saying the whole thing again. Would you like to buy some flowers, or whatever generic line? And like we've all accepted that by now. Even by 92, we had accepted that. But they still chose to do it the hard way, man. It's amazing.
It is. And then, you don't exactly send the sheriff off in good spirits after that.
Yes. Yeah. He naked.
Right.
A little bit. Just a bit.
That's when we get the laugh. The whole scene is great.
And that's where we get the ha 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 laugh, which is great. The only other thing I would say is that you can also fail the day completely by, after you meet with the sheriff, if you could walk out, and he's like, "All right, see ya," and then you don't do anything else and you don't get any money. Okay. We can do that.
That is such a hidden in plain sight solution too. Like I never would have ever think to just walk out. It's so simple.
Yeah.
The walking away part is the most amazing thing.
Yeah, you could do it so much in this game, but if you want a good ending, you don't want to do that. If you want to do it for the laughs, then go ahead. But
save and walk. That's the
Yes.
the lesson here.
Yes.
Save and walk. Save and walk.
Yeah.
So, all right. I think that that takes us all the way up to day 10.
Yep. Oh, the only other thing I would mention, I think that Anna, you mentioned this before, is that at this point, you need the puzzle box on day 10. You need the fire
Right.
ring. So if you didn't steal it, Marion shows up with the puzzle box at night. Is like, here you go. I did it for you. Thanks for playing the
I
game
thought
for
I was
me.
totally Walking Dead, and I was just at that point where I was like, oh man, but nope, there it was. Okay, great, fine.
Yeah.
We're good.
Yeah. No points. You don't get points for it, but
I should have saved this till afterwards, but just in case I forget or the opportunity doesn't arise, let's circle back to. I'll be curious. What is day 10 without if Marion's dead?
What do you mean?
Because isn't day 10 it's pretty Marion centric, right? Where you rescue her.
Yeah, so
The
she
emerald.
has to be alive at this point. Like if Marion dies on day 2, then you die on day 3. Your game is over.
Right, you get knocked
Like
out.
you can't
Okay,
get here.
That's right.
So then going into this day, she is alive, and we'll get to this. She can die on this day, and that's
Okay.
fine.
That really helps. Okay, I was super confused there. Okay, so you get knocked out by the monk. Is it on day 3?
By Lob the cobbler.
By Lob. Okay.
He gets pissed off because you didn't save her.
Because
and
you
then
didn't
he
save
hits
her.
you with the
Yeah.
hammer.
Okay.
Yeah, because you just let it slip, even though technically you don't have to at that point to accomplish what we're doing. But
Yeah.
Okay.
yes,
Okay. Cool. Okay. So now it's day 10. I won't fight it as we go through it, wondering the whole
Yeah,
time
there you
because she
go.
can't die tonight. Okay. So we rescue her from peril using the ring that commands fire. This is my generic little line here. And has the option to heal her with half emerald. Just need the option to
Yes.
heal her.
yeah. Today's a hedge mage day and stuff.
Yeah, so Marion she's been charged as a witch, which I guess she technically is.
Right.
I mean, it's just they're not wrong.
Yeah.
No,
And she's gonna burn. She's gonna burn at the stake, and we can't abide by that, so we've got to go rescue her. And so this is one of those days where you can call, or actually you have to call your men to come up with a plan. And the best one, the most adventure gamey, is where you take. I think it's John's plan, subterfuge, where you're supposed to sneak in from the back, and then they'll come in from the front, and then that'll make it go that way. So what you're supposed to do is go in through the inn, because there's the secret tunnels into the abbey. Like you can't go in the front.
Right.
And you can deal with this in a number of ways. You can either just talk to him a bunch, and once he realizes it's Marion, he's like, "Oh, I kind of like her. I'd rather her not die. I thought it was some witch." And then lets
That's
you
how
buy.
I did
You can
it.
yeah, that's the way most people do it. You can also bribe him, but it takes 10 pennies, which is a lot of money in this game. And you can also threaten him with the bow, which he gets pissed off at you, and you would think has some consequences. And there is a death in the scripts that would happen if you did that, but it's never triggered, so you don't actually have any consequences for threatening him,
Wild.
aside from negative points.
I wonder if that was a choice, like a purposeful choice to take the death out, or if that was an error.
Probably. I'm not sure, but yeah, you don't. Yeah, it's not in the it's not in the game.
because I want him to like me. I was like, please be happy with who I am.
Nobody threatens the innkeeper, unless they just want to see what happens.
Right, that's fair.
So anyway, so you do that, and then you go. But what you can't. So there's a few things with that. You can pick a more direct route, like if you never explored the hedge maze, because there's like a time limit once you get into the hedge maze to get back to the witch's court, and it's pretty tight actually, especially if you don't know what you're doing. It's pretty ridiculous actually. But if you haven't done that and you don't want to mess with it, you can just pick a different plan that they all amount to basically the same thing of you rushing in from the front but doing it different ways. But depending on whose plan you pick, you will lose a certain number of outlaws, and it's different. Like if you pick Much's plan, you lose 7 outlaws. If you pick Alan's plan, you lose 5, and so on. And it's just the amount of variation there. Like why? Like why does that even matter? Why would
and
we?
then You wonder why none of the plans work because you're not wearing the right ring and you burn to death every single time, like I did the last time I played.
Yes, there is that too. Everybody does that at least once, but it's kind of cruel too because like you have to, you have to put it on beforehand, and if you pick one of the more frontal assaults, you have to put it on before you even like blow the horn because you have no other opportunities. But yeah, see, it's possible to burn up a lot.
Burning with passion, yes.
Yeah.
Because that's at the end of the day, you've got to, help her out. She didn't actually fare so well through the whole trial of being rescued. She was pretty much on the death's door, I would say, at the end of that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and I have to mention this just because it annoyed the hell out of me for so long. There's a minor bug in that where, so you rescue Marion, and then there's some text boxes up on the screen, and they explain what's happening, like, you took her to the Willow Grove or whatever. Okay. If you dismiss those text boxes too quickly, specifically before the point, you know that there's a ding whenever you get points?
Yeah.
If you dismiss them before the points ding is over, the game soft locks at a cutscene later. It is the weirdest thing. At the scene, so what you're supposed to do is save Marion by using the Heart Emerald. Earlier in the game, she mentioned, I don't know how people even remember this, but she said something. She says something like, their power together will heal any hurt, which I guess is your hint, but that was like days and days ago. And if you use that, put it together, she heals, but if you skip the text box too quickly, there's something weird with the sound or whatever, and you stay in that cutscene forever. So
wow. And you need
annoying.
What she's saying. It's very important, even though apparently what she tells you is not necessarily correct, as it was in my last playthrough.
I didn't know it because she's always saying whimsical stuff. So I'm like, I don't know. I didn't read between those. But
lines. You save her there, and she tells you a password that you're going to need. But as we sort of alluded to earlier, you can also wait and just not save her, and she'll die. Or earlier in the game, you could give the emerald away to the beggar. You could give it away to the jeweler. You can give it away to the abbot. And you can give it to the prior indirectly by giving it to one of the monks who will give it to the prior. You can't actually give anything to him directly. You could in the unused scripts, but anyway.
I love how usually Robin gets lost in the moment. He just starts giving stuff away. He's like, damn it, the guy.
Yeah. And I mean, the game takes away a ton of. It's like 200 points off of your score if you give that thing away.
Right.
So yeah, you want to give that thing away.
See, that just triggered.
You don't.
Next time I play the game, I'll use the points to know when to restore. Basically, it's like, I just lost a ton of points. That was wrong. As opposed to you'll die. You'll get some points taken away, and the points ding will be different. It'll be like, instead of going up in pitch, it'll go down. Right, in a minor.
So it's like a sad one as it takes things away. But anyway, so yeah, you can do that, and this is just incredible to me because we're playing a Robin Hood legend, and you can finish the game with Marion dead.
Yeah, that's insane.
Like the balls on these people.
Right, yeah.
Wow. So much going on. So yeah, that's it. She gives you a password. The password is random, so you can't just be like, hey, Google, what was the password that I need to type in? They're going to be like, well, one of them. Do you know how many different ones there are?
10. There are 10 possibilities.
10.
Okay.
Okay. And
so yeah, one weird thing is that one of the passwords is liege, and Marion, when she tells it to you, will spell it wrong, but then the game wants the correct spelling later, and so that's annoying.
I was really, you should have seen my son was almost petrified looking at me like, are you okay, Mom? I'm like, well.
I wrote it down and they Rumpelstiltskin me.
I pulled out little pieces of paper around to say, well, I wouldn't have written them somewhere else, but maybe, why is this the wrong word? So, yeah, it really messed with me there. That's great. I'm so happy that this game messed with me.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of 3.5 hours, do you need to refresh again, or is that not an issue?
No, we should be good. It's not yelling at me. It's funny. Clean Fetus did tell me to save, which was adorable. You used the word save, like in Sierra fashion.
You didn't want to lose this.
Don't forget, download and save your work. I'm like, are you telling me to save early and often?
There you go. Because I will happily have this conversation over again if we need to, but I'd rather not. You don't have to.
It's not like, it's a 3-hour interview having to do it twice over. Yeah, no, we're good. No, we're into day 11. This is exciting stuff. I'm really actually having so much fun this time. Like, I don't know what it's like for the listeners, but for me, this is like an absolute blast, and the time is just flying by. I couldn't even believe what time it was when I looked at the clock. Yeah. So this is just so much fun. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This is I just, my head has been in this game for 30 years, so this is wonderful. But yeah, so day 11, we haven't mentioned it in a while, though the characters in the game have occasionally. The treasure train, the treasure that's supposed to come down Watling Street that we're supposed to steal with a bunch of money. That day is here. And so this is kind of a simple day, really, because all you have to do is pick a plan. And like, you know, pick a plan just like you've done before. But Paul, you had asked earlier what the outlaw count is for. Now, here is one thing that comes into play. Mm-hmm. So whether the Tuck's plan is always successful, Much's plan always fails, and the rest of them, whether it's successful or not, depends on how many outlaws you have. So if you lost a whole bunch of them earlier, these won't succeed, even though they're good plans. So that's one thing that happens here. To give an example, John's plan will only succeed if you have 26 outlaws or more.
It's the insane other thing that they bothered to do this. I'm sorry.
Why? Why would they? No, but okay. Exactly. It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. So that's whether the plan succeeds or not. And by succeeds, we mean Robin and his men capture the treasure and take it, right?
Right.
There's also the number of outlaws that you lose. The number of outlaws that you lose depends on how many outlaws you have going in. It's sort of like, the more men you have, the easier it is to win, right?
Right.
But if you come in with like fewer people, then more of them are going to die because your forces weren't big enough to begin with. So it's a range too. So, for instance, Tuck's plan, it's always successful, but there's a range between losing 7 outlaws and not losing any. And there's like steps, like, and everything in between. There's like -5, -3, depending on how many outlaws you have.
Wow.
Why?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
All I'm thinking right now is like, is this what cocaine does to you? Like, is there like a drug that makes you want to be this OCD about shit? Because they were on it. It's insane.
It's nutty. Yeah, it's nutty. And there are also, I won't go into the numbers here. There are also version differences. So in version 1.0, every plan except Much has always succeeded. But the ranges were still there, but the ranges are slightly different. So like Alan's goes from -7 to -4 in the first version, and then -8 to -5 in the second version.
The level of OCD, they're just like, well, while we're in here, let me just tweak this real quick. I just want to do this one change. Like, oh my God.
Let's just change it, yeah. I don't get it. Anyway. So yeah, so there's that, and then there's one other crazy one, where the way it's supposed to work, basically it's simulating whether you screwed around and didn't have time to plan. So instead of blowing your horn, if you go to the Overlook, talk to Will, and then do 20 screen transitions, and then come back, then they're like, holy shit, the treasure's here. What do we do? And they just sort of improvise, and the treasure gets away, and you lose 7 outlaws.
Oh my God!
It's pretty bad. You can also trigger it by going down to the road, down like actually not on the not on the Overlook, but actually go directly to the road. Then John will be there too. So
God. It's like some Doctor Strange level of like just seeing into the future of how many different possibilities.
It's super bizarre. One fun. I'll see if I can explain it and do it justice. So what it's supposed to be is like 20 screen transitions. But remember how back on the day of the fair that there was also that thing where they were keeping track of screen transitions,
right?
And like, in order to kick you out of the archery tournament.
Yeah, you missed the fair.
Yeah. So if you go to will, it resets that variable. So it's the same variable. It's the same thing, right?
Okay.
It's still keeping track of screen trace. You'd expect it to reset it. Well, if you go to the road directly, it doesn't reset it. And so you can do no screen transitions at all on this day and just go directly to the road. And it's like, hey, you have like 70 screen transitions because you've been going through the days and it doesn't reset it. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, you're screwed.
Wow.
What?
So there's that. But thankfully, there's no reason to go on the road other than to trigger this.
Right.
And then my favorite part, as always, Much's plan. Much's plan is to release some wild boars to create chaos, which is the stupidest plan in the entire world.
Typical Much.
And, yeah, and the treasure gets away. The boars didn't even go near it, and you lose one of the outlaws because in trying to get them, the boar killed one of them.
Oh, man.
No way.
Yeah.
Imagine coming up with those scenarios
the
around
boars
the
one of
table.
your own men, and then
And then the worst part about it is Much like cries about how it's his fault, and Robin lets him off the hook. Yeah. He's like, "Nah, it's me, it's me." I'm like, "Don't you do that? Don't let him off the hook. It was a terrible plan." Yeah. I mean, yeah, I picked it, but.
Which, oh, by the way, I need to shout this out. I made a note to this. Thanks to he goes by AT Machine online, but he shared with me this big document about how many outlaws are lost under which circumstances. And I could have gone into the code and figured it out, but this helps a lot. So thank you to AT Machine.
That is all. I can't help but immediately feel some sort of kinship, even with just a moniker of AT Machine, because it's like anybody who cares that much about Sierra games and goes through the code, it's like on some level, on some timeline, we're good friends.
It's true.
Yes. The thing in this game that threw me that I couldn't figure out what the hell it meant for the longest time. You know how I've been saying that if you, like on some days when you do the plans, if you go in and then come back out, you get like different point values. You get half as many points or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
In the hint book, it tells you that, but it doesn't explain it. It just says much first time, much second time. First time, second time, what? What are you talking about?
Right.
That's all that it says.
Thanks.
And so I had to sort of like really infer what they was talking about.
Yeah, that's not enough at all. It's so cryptic.
Yeah. Did I mention that on when you on day 10 when you're rescuing Marion? Because it's one of those things too. Like if you go to the pub keeper and then back and then to it and then back, you get half as many points because it's like later in the day.
Wow. No, you didn't mention that. That's
okay.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
great.
another one of those. So
like
another
that.
one of those punished for indecision.
Right. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, that's so cool.
Taking too long.
Do you think they were going for like Robin's a leader? You should act. You should know.
I think so. There was something that Richard Aronson said in the Sierra Adventure. He's quoted as saying that it was something like that like they wanted to reward you for being the leader, and that's sort of what the outlaw count was supposed to be. Like the more men that you have, the better leader that you are. So there is that. They also could have just been cruel. I mean, that's the other option.
Yeah,
there wasn't
that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very much so. So I guess day 12, that's where we're at now. It's not a short game, so that this game does get right in there. And you're back into the cave, and I don't know where you went first. I think I went to the oak tree first. Or something. No, it was the sheriff.
So you have to go to the well, not necessarily the oak tree, but that is the easiest way to go. But you have to do the sheriff stuff first. So you have to. It's the same thing. You avoid the men. You turn into a tree. They liked that sequence. They did it twice for some reason. I don't know why. It's just Pete. So. Not really much to say about it.
The way that I usually figured that out, because sometimes, like, I thought you had to go to the oak tree to do the hand sign on yourself to turn into a tree. So I didn't know you could do it any other way. And sometimes you'd go in and the guy would be too close, the guard, and you wouldn't be able to have time to put the hand on yourself. It's just like, oh, nope, then you die. So it was I had to come up with a way where I'd find a place to escape to right away, save the game, and then if I left the oak tree screen and came in the opposite way, the guy was there, then he was far enough away, and then I was able to click the hand on myself.
Yeah, it is actually, if you do it in the forest proper, it is trickier, definitely. And the oak tree is like one of the, I mean, it's an obvious thing to do because it's a big circle on the fast travel map, which we never really mentioned that, but there's a neat, I thought this was innovative. I can't remember any other Sierra games around this time really doing it that way. But yeah, you have a map and you have points of interest and you can fast travel.
Man, that kind of blew my mind when you said that, because now I can't think of any either. I surely would have moments ago just been like, oh yeah, the Sierra definitely had fast travel maps by SCI, but I can't.
Not even Trial by Fire didn't, because you could discover places on the map, but you couldn't fast travel as such.
I can't think of another one. Oh my god.
I mean, King's Quest VI sort of has like the map, but that's not really like I don't think of that as the same thing.
And you still have to go to the beach for it to kick in.
Right. That's like a different like plot device thing.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
I haven't played Quest for Glory 2, at least the original one, so I wonder about that. It might work like a fast travel map, but I don't remember.
Yeah, because you can go to the different, you can go to Fountain Plaza or you can go to the other plaza and you can just click on it through the map and it'll just pop you there. So that's probably about the closest.
I would say, now that you mention it, like the only other game series I think that comes close to this in terms of level of detail is Quest for Glory. Because there are different solutions, you got your different classes. I still think Conquests is in kind of a league of its own as far as attention to detail, but I think if you're going to give second place to anything, it's got to be Quest for Glory, because they did think of a lot of different things that you could do. And I think that needs to be shouted out.
No, that's fair.
Please do.
That's fair.
I'm going to do it.
I guess I would say the Longbow does have in its favor it not being muddied by the RPG element, because it's like there's so much inherent with RPG that's going to change things, like just skill levels and stuff like that. Like it's like kind of baked in. But for just a pure adventure game, it's almost like an RPG level of variations for an adventure game, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. So after you evade the sheriff's men, we go back to one of our favorite places that we like to hang out, and that would be the Overlook.
Yes. Yeah, we go to the Overlook. What we're supposed to do is to meet with the Queen's Knight to hand over all the ransom money that we've been accumulating and get it back to Austria to free the king. So we head down, and this guy seems pretty suspicious right off the bat, because he's telling us to get rid of our men. He's really not very nice. If you talk to him, he's kind of sus. Like, if you're not a kid like I was when I first played this, you should be able to pretty much tell right away that something's wrong.
Right.
and so what you were supposed to do is give the password that Marion gave us after we healed her, and spell that out with the hand code. Except the knight has no idea what we're talking about. Before then, you can, along with the theme of giving people stuff, you can give him a whole bunch of stuff. You can give him the emerald.
Of course you can.
you can give him the rings, the magic rings that you have. You can give him the amethyst if you still have that somehow. Kudos to you for hanging on to it until almost the end of the game. But anyway, yeah, you eventually realize that this is not the right guy. He draws a sword on you. You have a limited amount of time to shoot him. That is the only solution.
With an awesome little animation. If you're so close to him, you kind of lean back on the ground and shoot upwards. It's so cool.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, there's a bunch of little animations in this game that are great. But yeah, you shoot him, he falls off, and if you gave him anything, you can get it back at this point by searching his body. So that's kind of nice.
I think it's the first person you have to search after you kill, isn't it, in the game?
Yeah, you can do it with a number of people. You can do it. You can do it with anybody that you've killed, but this is the first time that you actually can get anything off of their body.
Right.
Trying to think.
Because I'm used to searching after killing, right? As a Quest for Glory player, I'm I killed it. Now I got to put my hand on it and see what's there.
You got to do that. So there's that. I guess I want to mention this because it's funny. So there's a fun glitch you can do here. So when you are in conversation with this false knight, you can't walk. Like the walk icon is disabled, right? Because they don't want you to walk away. But after you do the hand code, there's a bug with the hand code stuff that it doesn't reset your bar properly. And so after you do the hand code, you can walk again because it's bugged. And so you can walk away, but they didn't program Robin's animations correctly. So like if you make him go like backwards or down, he moonwalks out. and it's great. And then when you come back on the screen, he's dead, like without you having to do anything, without shooting him. So it's just fun. So yeah, do the hand code, and after you've done the hand code once, then walk away. So
love a good Benjamin moonwalk.
Just fun, just fun.
I like that because I mean, essentially after that, you gotta get a letter from him. That's what your big search is all about.
Yeah, you gotta search him for a letter that no one can read, which I think is just hilarious because you can't actually
read yet.
Yeah. So you can skip that. Like you don't have to search his body, and if you do that and leave, then your men are like, "Oh, we buried him for you, and we found this crap on him. Here you go." Thanks,
very
guys.
kind.
It's insane how much you don't have to do. Like it's still just like this late in the game. It's like, damn, you're still letting people off the hook. Like and accounting for it. It's crazy.
Yep. For everything, it is crazy. But what you can do, and what will get you some points, is if you blow your horn. John comes, and again, I don't know why this is necessary because he can't read. He says he can't read. And he's like, well, what does it say? Even after we've already read it, so we already know. And then bizarrely, like if you don't pick it up, but he picks it up, he starts reading it at the campfire, and technically, like, I guess somebody else could have read it to him, and like... he memorized it, but he's quoting directly from the letter. Like, it doesn't say that he's reading it, but he's reading it. And so that's weird. But anyway, that's that day.
So I feel like
the days. You know what? It's interesting. The days seem to get shorter as the game goes on.
Yeah, right. This one's pretty quick.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I would say to the game's benefit too, because it does. It almost fits like the well, I think it does good for the pacing because it's like, I don't know, maybe it's a personal thing where I don't like when adventure games get really, really complicated at the last second. Like it's almost like the adventure game equivalent to like a final boss where like the last puzzle's insane.
I hate that too.
Right, thank you.
Can I talk about that a second? Because I just,
yes.
For me, like I can't think of any games off the top of my head right now.
Phantasmagoria 2.
Sword 2 do that? Oh, Phantasmagoria 2, yeah. Doesn't Broken Sword 2 do that? There's like a big puzzle at the end. I'm gonna get crucified if I'm wrong about that. I apologize. But yeah, there's like big puzzles at the end of adventure games. I get the design impulse behind it. Because it's sort of like, okay, at the end of the game, let's have the player do something and really
Even
do
Sanitarium does that a little bit too. The puzzles get quite complicated at the end of that game.
Yeah. There's even a little bit, though. I think I'm trying to think. I think Sanitarium's puzzles are more complicated earlier. I don't know. I don't think Sanitariums are that bad, but they do. But you are right in that they do have puzzles at the end. There is like a big puzzle that you're doing. But especially like big, and especially the more logic-y ones where, you know what? Black Mirror 2 did this too, where you get to the end and all of a sudden it's just like a bunch of random symbols and letters and levers and things you have to, futz around with in this. It halts the game for me, and I hate it.
Yeah,
but that's my pet peeve.
I liked your wording choice of you said you get the impulse behind it because it is exactly an impulse because I feel like with either experience or dissecting and understanding, it'd be like this is actually the opposite way to go because we're like if anything we're getting kind of adventure games. I think they kind of wear on you, not even the best ones. Let's say like I don't mean it in a negative light, just in an inherent way where it's like if if they pride themselves on being like a thinking game, then the longer you think, the more worn out you're going to get. That's just the way it works. So it's like, I just feel like at the end of adventure games, I kind of want the rewards to come a little easier than harder. It's like I've been at
so you're
this
not
for a
into
while,
like
man.
Rama. Rama's really hard.
Right, yeah, exactly, that level of stuff. But so anyway, tying it back into Longbow, I like how the days get shorter because that's more intuitive. Like that's what I want. I've been working like really hard. It's been many hours. Like I'd rather it start to come a little bit easier than for it to double down the other direction. But I also was going to say too, I like how games with days generally have like that one free day, like a really short day. And with here, I don't know if it's 11 or 12 or both, but
it's 11 is probably the shortest as far as the least you have to do. Just kind of picking a plan, I'd say.
That's because that's all you're really doing. I'd say 11. 12 is maybe a close second because you already know how to do the hand code stuff in the forest,
right?
And then it's really just the encounter with the false knight.
Yep. And then that takes you to lucky day number 13, which is when all the magic happens. Or, well, the game ends anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is also magic, though, because you got to go back to the monastery. Is there anything else you can do first, or is that it? You just go to the monastery now?
Aside, like I say in the video, aside from some Easter eggs, no. Well, there's something you can try. So what happens is, you get the letter that we were talking about, and we deduce from the letter that the real knight is being held captive in the monastery in the fens. You can try blowing your horn and like getting a plan together, but your men, they just refuse. They're like, you've been in there and we don't know anything about it. I don't know how we're gonna, I don't think that they say this exactly, but it's like, how are we gonna charge a swamp? It's gonna be better if you do this alone. We believe in you. Go. And then that's it. And then you have to go. So you head down to, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, there's the Easter egg. You can find the Loch Ness Monster, which I identified with because we have our own, at the Gyro Park, we have our own version of the Loch Ness Monster here, the Cadborosaurus, Caddy Bay Cadborosaurus. So I've always had an identification with that. I think that was a kind of a neat Easter egg to throw in there.
I've never heard of that one. I'll have to look that up. What do you call that one again?
The Cadborosaurus.
Okay, gotcha. But so what you're talking about is if you're not wearing the Fens outfit, I don't know why they did it that way. Another one of those outfit things. There's a 1 in 11 chance for Nessie to appear on the shore.
Oh, that's
and you can talk to her. You can look at her. You can try to grab her, and it says something like, "Why would I want to do that?" Which is the only, like, one of the few instances where I don't think that's just a generic response.
Right. No, it's just the only appropriate one.
Yeah. No, it's true.
So that's fun.
And it is fun. And the wisps are fun. I really like the wisps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to put on the water ring, the only other ring that we haven't, that we have not put on yet. And then we ask for a boat to, like, go across. And I guess we should mention this too. So if Marion is dead at this point, what you have to do is go to the willows and then spell out the druid word for willow, and then it's a really sad scene, actually. Like, through the trees, Marion's spirit conveys the password, and you cannot. The wisps will not take you across if you don't have that. They'll say something like, "We have heard through our sisters through the roots that you must go. You cannot cross it."
It makes me think there had to have been very few people that would have tolerated finishing the game with her dead. Like, I can't help but think, right, thank you, because I can't imagine this would be just so much more coding and animations and stuff. I'd be like, nobody's ever going to see this, like, bitterly doing it anyway, because it's like, dude, it'd be so hard to play this game and let Marion die and be like, well, I'm just going to keep going. Like, damn, dude.
This is an okay thing to happen. Like, what percentage of players outside of speedrunners?
We were trained to save early and save often, and you screw up like that, you figure something's not going to go right. We were trained to not do that. So, yeah. Now there
You gotta
is
save the
you mentioned speed running in the any percent where you're just trying to go fast. Like it is faster to just heal her because you have to wait for like a minute and a half for her to die. It takes her a long time.
Forever. Jeez, how selfish.
But yes, very selfish. There is a different category that we call low percent, which is get the lowest amount of points possible, and there you do let her die because that takes away points. So.
Do you do that because it's usually quicker, or is it unrelated to the speed or the time?
Do which later?
Would get it going for the lowest amount of points? Is that in correlation with getting the fastest possible time usually, or is it separate?
It's just how can we do that? How can we get the lowest amount of points as fast as possible?
Okay.
And it's just it makes it a different game. Like it makes it a different run. Right. You're doing different stuff. It feels much different, and it changes. It changes enough that it feels like a different experience.
Right. That's fair. Would you say it just so happens that it's usually faster going for the less points, like faster than getting all the points?
It depends.
Sometimes maybe it's harder.
Because sometimes it's a lot slower. So one thing I didn't mention is that when you encounter almost everybody at the Overlook, you can map away after they show up, and then there'll be a failsafe there. So for instance, on day 3 you need to get the beggar's outfit, right? And so you would normally either go down and you'd put your hand on him for some points and you'd see the scene with the whip, with the spanking, or you would, use your bow on him, which gets you lower points. So that's what you do in low percent, right? Because you want negative points. You can also just map away and go back to camp. And if you do that, Tuck is like, I encountered this guy on the road and I talked with him, whatever, and here's his outfit. And you skip that whole spanking scene.
Oh.
Like, you don't have to do that. And there's a similar thing with the yeoman where you can just go away and Tuck's like, hey, I encountered this guy down the road and I got the outfit for you. And you don't have to go talk to the yeoman at all or see the cut scene with like him, You don't have to do anything like that.
Huh. Can't believe they just, again. That's probably what baffles me the most is that they're willing to put in all this work and then not have you see it. It's crazy.
Exactly. Well, and then another thing, I guess, is that you don't do the whole, instead of doing the jeweler, you do the, you just put on the yeoman's outfit because dealing with the jeweler will give you points. But on low percent, you deal with him because you have to threaten him with the bow to get negative points. So there's just a bunch of things that will take away points, but like ignoring them will not do anything. So that's what's faster.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh. Right, like you have to go out of your way to punish yourself. Right, okay, because it's not just like a neglectful amount of points. It's like the lowest amount of points. So
it's the lowest. Yeah, the lowest amount of points. You have to be a complete bastard to everybody.
Right.
And let Marion die.
Ah, that's cool though. Okay.
What?
So how do I don't remember how I even knew Gort. How did I know what I was supposed to do with the hand code to make the Ivy double up? What was the story behind that?
So if you look at the Ivy, it shows you a picture. You match the picture in the manual. Now, how you're supposed to know that doing the hand code there will strengthen it, you just have to guess. But like how you know, The only thing I can think of is that, like, when you look at it, you get a similar picture to in the forest when you look at the tree growths, which you didn't find. So I guess that wouldn't have helped. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. And then once you thicken it up, you're able to go give her a good climb up, and things progress pretty quickly after this.
Yeah, you climb up the tower. You plop on in. You can show the Queen's Knight the letter that he can't read either for points if you want. You don't have to do that, but you give him the hand code, and then the game is almost over depending on where you have the arcade slider, because what you have to do is climb back down, and if you have it on the lowest difficulty, you just climb down. Game's over. You've won, yay. But if you don't, I love this so much. It's like, do you want to save your game? And as I mentioned in the video, if a Sierra game tells you, do you want to save? There's only one correct answer. So what happens is there's this little arcade sequence where the monks are throwing rocks down at you, and you have to like dodge the rocks as you go down, and it's kind of hard, like at least at the very top anyway, because the rocks seem to kind of go randomly almost. I haven't quite figured it out.
Dude, that's so good with the Sierra game thing though, because I think it was just terrifying would be the only word for it. When the Sierra game tells you to save, it's like, holy shit, how hard is this going to be?
Yeah.
They're actually telling me to save. But no, I really like that sequence. That was my favorite arcade sequence of the game. Granted, I achieved myself out of the golden arrow. Like I had practice shot in the beginning, so I mean, I'm guessing it's almost the same mechanic, just shooting the bow in general. But
yeah, it's the exact same mechanic. You're just doing it in a different spot.
Thank you. Okay, no, I appreciate the closure there, just to be sure. But yeah, and that was fun, and the wind aspect does make it cool, and I had no complaints, which is a win enough for adventure games. Just to not hate the arcade sequence is a win. But I really specifically, I liked the rock one. I thought it was. I guess it wasn't coded clunky or something. Something made it enjoyable for me, as simple as it was.
It can get frustrating, but I think it's cool. Like it's a fun sequence, you know.
Right? Yeah, yeah. It's just fun. Exactly. It wasn't. I didn't feel like it was standing in between me and the end of the game, like a lot of those sequences can feel like. Or even like the Space Quest 1 sequence there. Like it just feels like it's in the way of me continuing to play as opposed to being fun. But
can you die? You can die climbing down the ivy, can't you? From the top.
Absolutely.
Of the tower?
You probably will die multiple times trying.
Exactly.
Yeah. That is why they give you the save, because you will get bonked on the head and have. It's actually a pretty glorious death. You get hit. There's the scream. You fall for a while, and there's a big splash at the bottom. It's fun.
That's funny.
So
yes, because I think.
Did either of you think that the Queen's Knight looked like the inner portrait thing looks like Peter Dinklage? Because I think it does.
Right.
It does now, yes.
Yeah, immediately.
It does now.
I can see it in my recollection. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Okay. Just making sure it's not just me.
No, the portraits. Some of the portraits in this game are very funny. Like Robin has a specific portrait. It's not his neutral ones. He has this one where he's like challenged, where he's like leaning back with his chin down, and it's just like the sassiest looking portrait I've ever seen. And then I can't think of the name now. It's who Adventure Game Geek voiced.
The Abbot.
Thank you. The Abbot has like this sassy black woman kind of look to her. Like it just doesn't. It's almost like Cabbage Patch Kid like or something. I'm not sure. It's kind of different from the rest of them. My cat. Sorry.
It's okay. Cats happen. Because I mean that's essentially that's really it. This is the end of the game here. So.
Yep. Yeah. So do we want to talk about the endings?
Yeah, I mean we've gone in this far, man. Nobody, if they're still with us, they're all the way in now.
Yep. So the Queen's Knight takes all of your ransom that gets delivered. If Marion is still alive, you get a beautiful shot of her naked backside in the cave with Robin weathering the winter.
Right.
Love that shot. So that goes there and that goes by, and then eventually Robin and everybody gets captured. They're about to hang because the sheriff doesn't believe in trials, and then King Richard at the last moment rides on in and asks what's up, and we have a trial, and so everything sort of comes back. What's fun about the ending? So it's just this big trial sequence. And you get different dialogue depending on how you treated everybody, right? If the poacher and the peasant woman are alive, they'll testify for you. If you dealt with the jeweler and the beggar fairly or threatened them, they react appropriately, like they'll testify against you. If you if you were mean to them, there's just all sorts of stuff.
Which is so different from Quest for Glory 3. It's like you guys the speedrunners could skip like all of the game and you're not doing anybody nice for anybody anywhere. And at the end, they're all like, oh, thanks for doing all this great stuff for us. You're like, I don't even know who you are.
which is great. I love that. But yeah, I guess they're not as aware, perhaps. But Longbow is on to our shenanigans. So there's that. So the first thing that is surprising that I've mentioned already is that your points do not matter for calculating your ending. They have no effect on it whatsoever. It's like a completion score. That's all that it is. It's like bragging rights that you got all 73 whatever points it is.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it. Okay, that actually helps me separate it, though. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, so like the points that are constantly in your toolbar up there, that's like a completion score, right?
Right.
But so there's that. So there's a couple of things that go into the ending. There's the amount of ransom that you raised. The game looks at that. And then and of those things, there's what? There's the golden arrow. There's whether you captured the treasure or not. There's whether you fooled the sheriff or not, and how you fooled him, whether you did it with the yeoman's outfit or the jeweler's outfit. I don't remember what I've said already. There might be one more thing, but so there are things for the ransom, right? Sure, that you can get a whole bunch. I think the max you can get is something like 63,000, somewhere around there. Anyway, so that's the max you can get. So then there's this reputation score, and here's what goes into that. So if you save Marion, you get 2,000 points.
Okay.
And if she dies, you lose 2,000. You get 500 points for, and the rest of these are, if you deal with them well, you get positive. You deal with them poorly, it's like negative 500. So it's always either 500 or lose 500.
Okay.
Unless you like didn't deal with them at all. So I'll say it this way. So you get 500 points if you save the peasant, 500 if you save the poacher, minus 500 if you don't save them. For the beggar and the jeweler, if you deal with them wisely, it's another 500 points each. You threaten them with the bow, you lose 500. But like I said, if you just skip them by like not going there, then it's zero. Like you don't lose or gain anything. But as far as like treating people well in the game, that's it. That's all the game cares about. Yeah. So like whether you
be decisive
use the bow
and be good.
be good. And like whether you use the bow on the Abbey monk, game doesn't care. Either of the monks doesn't care. So there's that. And then added on to that, you get an outlaw bonus. So for every outlaw that you have over 9, you get 30 points. And we're not really sure exactly why that 9 is there, but we think it's like to account for Robin plus the merry men plus the 3 boys that you save. So it's sort of like, this is the way I think of it, it's sort of like you can't lose those people, so you don't get credit for having them. But I don't know. But that's what the formula is. It's every outlaw over 9, you get 30 points. That gets added to your reputation score.
That logic sounds fair. I guess the boys weaken it a little bit, but ultimately you can't get through that day without saving them, right?
Right. Yeah. You have to save them, or your men will save them for you. But
right. Yeah. No, that logic works. Yeah. There's only 5 merry men.
Yeah. There's Tuck, John, Will, Alan, and Much.
I just counted along with my fingers like a child, but you're right.
Yep, I did too. Don't worry. So that's what that is. So then the fun comes in, and I guess let me go from like bottom to top, and just chime in whenever, right? The worst possible ending, you die, you get hanged. It sucks. So you get this a couple of different ways. If you don't raise any money at all, you raise none. Like when you start the game, you have 300 ransom. If you have 300 when the game ends, you die. Which is kind of brutal to me, because it's like no matter how nice you were to anybody, if you don't raise any money, it doesn't matter. That your reputation score does not matter if you didn't raise any money. If you have 1,000 ransom, which is the lowest you can get, like by raising any ransom at all, and that's it. That's if you only use the yeoman outfit to trick the sheriff on that day where he goes into the forest. You get 700 marks for a total of 1,000. Your reputation score has to be at least 4,000 or you're dead. So if you get 1,000 money and your reputation is under 4,000, you're dead. So
Right.
That
I had
that's
65,000 ransom. That was my number.
Okay.
65,300.
Gotcha. Okay. So you do pretty well then.
Do you think that there's any way to get the bad ending that's just unfair? Like I didn't deserve to die for that?
I think if you're to everybody and you just don't raise any money, yeah. I think that's unfair.
Right. Yeah, that is true. Because it's
like you're nice to people. You saved Marion. Like you don't deserve to die. Like maybe
Right.
So,
punishment crime thing. Yeah. Good call.
Yeah. So I'd say that. Before I forget, I have to shout out speedrunner Deathwing, who's the person who figured all this out and then put it into a document.
Right.
Which is really hard because like the way I'm describing it to you now is not how it's written in code. Like I don't want to like really get into it, but this is like you take what the code actually says and then you have to like use your knowledge of what actually happens in the game to translate that into like real world actions. Yeah. And it's a headache. So like in like I went to the code to verify that what he said was right, and there were a number of times I'm like, well, but wait a minute, but what about the? Oh, I see, because you can't actually. Oh, okay. Right. Because there are sometimes like things that it checks that it doesn't actually matter because if you're at that place in the code, then these other things have happened. Right. That make that redundant, and so yeah.
Yeah, dude, I have chunks of my own code I don't understand because it's like a year old.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? What was I doing then? Because I don't know, does Sierra work with like local script and then global script? Because like that's how AGS does it, right? So there's like the global script that ties everything together, but then there's just room script. So you can have variables for the global for the whole game, or you can have variables just in the room, and like little things like that will really really get confusing quickly.
Yes, and it does something. I have not used AGS, but it does something similar to that. Okay. And I'll tell you, so like the reputation score and the how much ransom you have, those are both globals. So
okay.
Right.
Before sluice boxes annotations, which one thing that it does is that if he could figure out what it is, like it'll actually tell you what that global is. But I think but even then, it doesn't do it all the time. Right. But that is, I think, one of the biggest headaches in these games is just what did they use these for? Because they can reuse them, and they reuse them often. And there are times where unintended things happen because they reused them, whether they intended to or not. And now one thing that was supposed to be for this thing is now for this other thing.
Right, and, like talking to Will turns off the room counter, but then if you...
Yeah.
Right, okay. And I forget, too, like, because that's something that I'm sure a lot of fellow AGSers don't have to deal with, because the memory limitations are gone. Like we can have like a billion variables. It doesn't even an old shitty computer can handle AGS's variables. But you mentioned reuse, and then that reminds me of disk space and things like this, where it's like, damn, like
yeah.
So that's why.
And admittedly, I don't know enough about SCI to tell you whether like how big of an issue that was. I somewhat, but I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine just the fact that they're reusing them means it was at least somewhat of a concern, right? Because now we can just be like, I'll just make a new variable, fuck it.
Yeah,
but we got crazy
which there's that. I mean, some things make sense to be global, like your reputation score, which carries over from day to day. That does make sense, I think.
Fully, yeah.
Worst ending, it sucks. It's bad. Most people don't get. I think most people their first time through probably get the pardon ending. I think that's probably the most common one. So that's the next one up. So that's if you get 5,000 ransom, or if you have 1,000 ransom, you also have at least 4,000 reputation. So it's kind of like you did okay. You get a pat on the back, and you and your men get pardoned. And you go on with your life. You don't get any rewards or anything. Nothing special happens, and that's it.
I really like that about it. It's just like a firm handshake and a goodbye. It's like...
There you go. Yep. Yeah. You did a thing. There it is.
You didn't fuck it up, okay? We'll give you
that. Entirely.
Yes. So there's that. Okay. One thing about the worst ending that I guess I should mention just because it's fun is that in the worst ending, the game assumes that Marion's dead because how could you possibly screw up so badly that Marion could still be alive.
Right.
That's funny.
But that isn't the case, because if you earn no money, then you get the bad ending. So what you can do is save Marion. She will testify for you at your trial, and then once King Richard hands down the sentence, his first thing is, "I miss most bitterly the voice of Marion. She died last seen with you, Robin."
Got him.
Which in the daily builds of Scum BM, that has been fixed actually very recently. But if you play it with an older version of Scum VM or in DOSBox, you will see it.
The game thinks you're that funny. Terrible.
Man, that's one of the rare times you can actually catch this game out, though.
Yeah.
Because you had mentioned the abandoned lines earlier, but where it's like, yeah, okay, like, Robin says the other guy's thing, like, that's more glitchy than well, I guess.
Yeah, that was more like, they just didn't finish it. But
yeah, it's like, maybe it's like the spirit of they were at least sort of trying there and just didn't pull it off. Whereas here it's just Marion standing right there, and he's like, I miss her. Got him. Finally got you.
Yeah. Well, there are little things that the game does that are funky, but for the most part, it's good.
Oh, really quick, just popped in my head. What does he call a rabbit? I saw it in your video a few times, and I'm like, what is he calling that bunny, dude? It's something weird.
Coney. I don't know if that's how you say it.
It's a larger rabbit,
like a hare.
Yeah. So I'm just, because the internet never lies. A coney, it says archaic, a rabbit. So it just meant a rabbit. In that's archaic. But apparently an alternate spelling. Oh god. Yeah, it's apparently also spelled with an EY, not just a Y at the end.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
So says Oxford.
What do they know?
Yeah. It's all right. Is it poisonous or venomous? Actually, I brought that up to my mom, the whole poisonous versus venomous, and she said people didn't think about that at all in that time. It didn't even really start coming to light, the differentiations, until more recently. So you can't really blame a game designer from those times to not make that differentiation.
Yeah. Well, did Richard mention this when he was on your show? Richard knew. He knew.
He knew at the time, did he? That's amazing.
No. He brought it up to Roberta at the time. He's like, this is the wrong word. And this is according to Richard Aronson. According to him, she was like, yeah, I know it's the wrong word, but people aren't going to know what that means.
Little did she know what memes would end up becoming of that. That's beautiful.
I'm sure Roberta knows everything.
Yeah,
she does now. Well, we had to tell her about the Cedric memes and all of that, the owl apocalypse. Yeah. She didn't know before she came on the podcast about any of that. I
heard, which is cool. That's cool to be able to do them with people to tell her that. That's neat.
I don't know if Richard was it Richard Dawkins that coined the word meme. I'm not even sure if meme was coined yet at the time. That's how long ago it would have been.
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes, it came from Richard Dawkins.
Came from him. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so we get the we got the
pardon ending going there. Mm-hmm. The next one's the Forester ending, which isn't bad. For this one, you need at least 3,680 reputation, and either it's going to sound funny when I say it this way, but I'll explain it. Either 51,000 or 15,300 ransom. But really, what it means is you either get the treasure train, you capture the treasure. Plus, you did the yeoman fooling the sheriff, or if you fail the train, then you get the arrow plus the jeweler, and so it's sort of like, did you do like half of the ransom stuff, and the totals there are just that's what they happen to be,
right?
And with this ending, Richard offers you a place in his Royal Foresters, and anybody else in your band can also go if they want to, but you cannot marry Marion because you are a lowly yeoman, and she is of noble birth. So, too bad. Sucks to suck. So.
Yeah, that one stings too, because it's like it feels extremely correct for the time period that they're reflecting, and it's still unfair, but like that's how it was then too. Like there was like this rather rigid divide between classes, and so just I don't know. There's something about that stings in a realistic way where it's like, damn it, got me there. And then it's like there's something maybe inherently unjust about it. Like no matter how noble you are in character, if you're not that noble in class, then it just didn't matter, and that's how it was. So it's like, damn.
Perhaps that's the most realistic ending, then.
Right.
I wonder.
Yeah, that's how it feels exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. At the same time, we are playing a Robin Hood game, so realism, throw that out the window. But another neat difference between these is that I think it's in this one, like the way that the king treats the bad guys in the game is different. So with the pardon ending, nothing really happens with either the sheriff or the abbot. The prior always gets kicked out of England. That's a given. But with the forester ending, both the sheriff and the abbot have to pay a fine of 50,000 marks for betraying him. But otherwise, they're fine. Like, they just need to pay up. So there's that. But then the best ending, so you have to get at least 61,000 ransom.
Woohoo!
So you need that. So it kind of requires not necessarily everything. I think. Hold on, I'm trying to read this here.
And also,
you need to get the train. So you need to get the treasure. You need to get the arrow, and you need to get either the jeweler or the yeoman. Doesn't matter, according to what this write up says. So you have to get all sources of the ransom.
Okay.
Does it matter that how many outlaws you have at this point too?
Yes, because there is a reputation thing there, and the outlaws go into the reputation. So you need 4,250 reputation, which is kind of hard for me to say how many. I'd have to do some math to figure out how many outlaws you absolutely have to have, because it also depends on how nice you are to people too.
Right.
So there's that. So you have to be nice to almost everybody. But as Deathwing points out in his guide, if you get the maximum number of outlaws, you can get exactly the amount of points you need to skip the jeweler entirely. Like, you don't have to mess with
What
it.
is the maximum number? Do you know?
34.
I had
34.
I have 34. Yes. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so there's if you do that, you get the best ending. So the abbot and the sheriff are fired. They are exiled. They are no longer in office, and then Little John becomes the new sheriff, Tuck becomes the new abbot, and then you get married. Ta-da!
Of course.
And the bad John gets executed? Sentenced to execution?
I don't think that he does.
Okay.
I don't think so. I don't think they get executed. I think they have to skedaddle, like they're exiled. They're banished.
Oh, okay. So the exile. So with the second best ending, they're fined, and with the best ending, they're exiled.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember thinking for the I've played it twice in the last few weeks, so that's why I'm a little my recollection's a little muddy. But I think it was it doesn't matter. I guess I'm being pedantic anyway. Let's just say one of the last two times I played it, I got the second to best ending, and I remember feeling a little ripped off that they were only fined. Like I wanted more justice.
Yeah.
But I get saving the best for last. But I don't know. I almost would maybe say like fine for third worst, and then second exile them, and then the best ending have them executed, just because we're always being threatened to be executed.
It's not very realistic too. I mean, if you commit treason,
right,
you don't just get to like pay a fine and then keep being the sheriff. Like,
right, yeah, thank you. Yeah, it did feel a little unjust in that sense. I'll take exile though. That's good enough.
Yeah,
they'll probably die out there, you know.
So yeah, I don't know. I like the endings in this game. I like that there's so much variation in it. Again, I can't think of another game that has so much. Like King's Quest 6 in a way sort of comes close, because depending on what you do, like different people can attend the wedding or not.
Yeah.
So like it doesn't have different endings. You get married no matter what. It's just whether or not Graham is there because you saved the genie, or whether or not you solved the conflict with the islands. But so there's stuff like that in other games, but this one is like there's just so much going on that it's super hard to keep track of. And there are actually 4 unique endings to it. So I just think, like, start to finish, that I just love this game. If that's not obvious already, and it's so fun to dive into, and it's just fun too.
It is perhaps disproportionately more complex than the next closest game. Like it's not very often where I try to think of in relation, like we were just speaking with the variations of an ending. Obviously, sometimes there's multiple endings. Sometimes it's just a flick of a switch, like a slightly worse ending. But I mean, just as far as the amount of complexity going on in this game, like the gap between, let's say, first and second is disproportionate to what it usually is. It's like, wow, there's just so much more going on than the next thing I can even bring into the conversation. That it's it's baffling. It's the only word for it. And the more we've talked about it tonight, the more apparent that is. So I'm just kind of having this moment right now of like, wow, like a sincere appreciation for it.
Yeah, it makes me wish. I don't think that Richard Aronson did any lead programming on any other games after that. I don't think. I'm happy to be wrong with it, but I don't know. I don't think that he did any that he had as much of an impact on other games as he did this one. So
yeah, from a nerd perspective, it makes me want to look into like the programming team and see if it was larger than the other ones of comparability and stuff, because it's just, not to take away anything from Richard, but it just like on a just human level, like there had to have been.
Go into the menu and click on the little Sierra icon. It'll tell you all the people who worked on the game. Yeah. And again, to quote from the Sierra adventure, according to Richard, this was the first game at Sierra where they listed the quality assurance people, like the bug testers. Oh, cool. And he had to sort of fight Ken on it a little, and Ken was like, "Why? They're just the QA team,
right?"
And Richard's argument was that, well, these people are going to be proud to have their names on there. They'll probably buy copies for their friends, and I forget whatever other reason for it there was. Maybe like motivational or something. But there was some reason he gave. He's like, okay, yeah, we'll start doing that. And then they started putting the quality assurance team in the credits.
That's
thereafter,
cool.
Apparently.
And I think he's right too. I mean, I don't know if he's right enough to where it like actually made like enough of a difference profit wise and all that nonsense. But it's like, yeah, I feel like anybody who's got their name on something, you suddenly like feel this like personal attachment to it, and this, you've given birth to like a little fan who's going to go out there into the world and talk about it and try and get you to want it.
It's true.
So. Which, I mean, and they did a great job with this game. I mean, like the little nitpicky things that there are, like I'm trying to think of any real complaints with it. The only real one I have is that I think the whole plot with giving the hand scroll to multiple people and the stuff with the Queen's Spy and the Queen's Knight gets convoluted and like a little silly. And I think the first time you play the game, it's hard to follow. Like, why are we going to this person and then this person and giving this thing to it's a little weird. But other than that, I don't know. Like, I sort of struggle to think of something that I don't like about it.
Right. I'm not able to name any moon logic, let's say. That's a good way to differentiate, I guess, between convolution and just like unreasonable. Like there was nothing unreasonable in the game. There was like one or two moments that felt a little adventure gamey in I suppose a negative sense. But yeah, at no point did the game seem like unreasonable or unfair, which I guess isn't that much of a revelation saying it out loud, considering how you can just not do most things and be fine. But
yes.
but yeah, no, and to what you're sorry, I knew I was reaching for a point that I was losing. I just got it again. It was you were saying the first time through playing it, and for me it's almost like the first hour. Both of my playthroughs it took a little bit to slip into it, possibly because of the dialogue. Like it's so authentic to the time that it took me some getting used to before I could maybe read naturally and understand without like thinking about the words that I'm reading, because they were like I'll have a a sip of drink or whatever. And it's like it took me a little bit of time to get past the lingo, or to get used to the lingo, I should say, and to be able to just read without thinking. But yeah, that's what this game does best, is replayability, because this is the kind of game now where after talking about it makes me want to, okay, sure, probably in like a year or so, take a little break, but it does make me want to go back and play it as worse as I can. Just to experience that, or to
me too,
or maybe even as randomly as I can. That might even be more fun to just whimsically walk the fuck off screen, and just
take chances.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Right.
OneShortEye, you do videos. You have a YouTube channel. You're also a part of the Adventure Game Network Hotspot. So let's get some shout outs, and let's get some information from you on what you're doing. We already know what you're working on, but there's more than just that.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me think. Yeah. So anybody who doesn't know, find me on YouTube at OneShortEye. Also, sort of on Twitter, occasionally post it. I refuse to call it X, as will always be Twitter to me. But so on there. But so what things that I'm working on? I'm working on this, and it's basically almost done. And it's kind of a visual version of the conversation that we just had, condensed. Well, I mean, all the information's there, but it's efficient, and all that. Just trying to get everything in. And I want to see again how thankful I am for everybody who volunteered to voice act this thing, because they did an incredible job.
Hey-o.
But you just have a few stragglers on that, a few lines that need to go in still, and then that'll be done. I was hoping it would be shorter. It's going to be about 2 hours long.
We want it. We love the OneShortEye content. I mean, you have just a few subscribers. Considering the amount of videos you have, I said to my son when I told him about you, I said, "Look at how many subscribers he has, and look at how many videos he has." And he just gave the nod and went, "All right, he's pretty good." Automatically, give him a Discord link.
It's millions in adventure game terms. Like, honestly,
really
there is that. Yeah, it's a little. I feel really lucky and just really happy with all the support that's been out there. That's all I really have to say.
Well, you're meticulous.
You completely deserve and earned it too. The content it is. I hate even calling it content, but no, it's fucking amazing. Everybody listening knows that too. Like I had messaged you this, but just for everybody listening, because we were lucky enough to get a sneak peek of the video. Like I felt that feeling of like, oh no, it's going to be over soon. And like I checked the time and there was only 30 minutes left. And I was like a little sad for a second. I'm like, damn it. This is like it's, I don't know. So I mean, I guess it's obvious what a nerd I am for this stuff, like doing the pod and making the games and stuff. But it's like, it's like a movie. It's like a Marvel movie release. Well, 5 years ago when people
when it was good, yeah,
exactly. But it's like it's like an event to me when you have a video out. So it's like I was sad that it was over, and I just say that to say not to make you uncomfortable or whatever, because but to say to listeners, like it's 2 hours that fly by. Like it's awesome.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because when I look at that, I'm like, are people really going to watch this?
No,
my God.
It's like not even half as long as this podcast. You're fine.
That's true.
It's any adventure game nerds Friday night, like any day of the year.
There you go. So I'm working on this. This is almost finished up, and then after that, it's going to be the speedrun history of the game, which is actually how this started. Like, I actually did interviews. It was kind of funny. I did interviews for the speedrun documentary about a year ago. But so I still have those. Those are still going in. What happened is last January, some new people came in and they just did a lot of work on it. And they did stuff. I'm like, I gotta hold off and see what they do here. And they did some amazing work. Snowy, who is the who plays Robin Hood, is a key figure in that.
Very cool.
We have a number of runners in there as well who voice acted stuff, which was awesome. But then, like, I was busy with other things for a while, and then I started to do this. I started to work on it, and I'm like, there's just so much I want to talk about with Longbow, but it doesn't fit in the speedrun documentary.
Yeah.
So let's do this first. And then this turned into a huge thing. So after this is the speedrun documentary of it. And then my initial thought for after that is to do an update video on King's Quest 1, because that was the first speedrun documentary that I ever did. And that came out in 2020. And when we left that, the record was something like 130, 133. Okay. And it's now at 42 seconds, I think.
Jesus.
Wow.
So it's been half.
It's pretty insane. So I think it's time to update that. I'm hoping that's a shorter one. I'm really trying to alternate between long and short videos so that I don't burn out. So that's one thing.
You mean for your own sake as opposed to the audience?
For my own sake.
Okay,
yeah, so that I don't burn out.
Right. Okay.
So there's that, and I sort of have I have a list of videos that if I make them would take me at least the next year, based on my schedule. So I guess it's good to have that planned out. But so yeah, we'll see where it goes after that, and I'm excited about it. The long-term planner in me kind of worries. I know this is a very irrational fear because I'll figure it out and it won't happen but I'm looking at my list and I'm like, in about a year and a half, I'm going to run out of ideas.
Right.
Because I'm running out of King's Quest games to talk about. I've only got 2 left. I'm running out of Quest for Glory games to talk about. So I'm hoping that people keep running them and that there's more to do. More to talk about.
There will be, because I feel that, and I relate to it in the sense that this is the 188th episode of a pretty Sierra-centric podcast.
Yeah.
And it's how the fuck? And almost every week we sound the alarms this is it, it's over, we don't know what else to talk about, I'm done. And yet here we are almost at 200. So it'll keep coming. I feel almost everything in life's like that. Even stuff with the game I'm doing, I'm always feel I'm running out, and then it never happens.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You've really branched out into the community of adventure gaming and speedrunning. I mean, not just getting interaction from making videos, but getting, people on and now doing voice work for you and stuff. In my head, I imagine it must be a lot of back and forth with people, but you must be forming friendships all over the place with people you never thought you'd meet. Your community must be quite broad.
Yeah, I think talking to people and doing the interviews, I think is one of the most rewarding and most fun things. I have sort of a small Discord that's not very active, but that's mostly my fault because I don't post too much there because, I'm bad about it. My apologies, Discord. But yeah, no, and especially the runners, because I hang out in the King's Quest Discord, which has sort of become the Conquests of the Longbow Discord.
Right.
Because that's where we dump all our stuff. Also, shout outs to the Speedy Adventures Discord. Those people are great. But yeah, I mean, you find sort of kindred spirits in that, and the people who care about adventure games enough to speedrun them. It's you got to have at least something in common with them. But
right.
But yeah, getting to know especially the speedrunners has been really nice. It's been nice, branching out a little bit. I will say, I think getting to interview Robert Holmes was really special for me because that man is so kind.
Isn't he?
And he just made me feel so comfortable when I was sort of freaking out. He was just wonderful. He felt I feel like I've said this before, but he felt like a father figure. It was like having a good chat with your dad, assuming you have a good relationship with your father. I know some people don't have that. Assuming you have a good relationship with your dad, it was like talking with your dad.
Cool.
And just I hope to actually put that full interview out eventually. It's on my to-do list.
Please do. I really enjoyed that aspect of your video.
But yeah, that was so much fun talking to him. That was really good. Getting to know, I'll tell you, who else was fun? Julia Minamata is great. She's amazing. She's made this great community around the Crimson Diamond. The streams she does every week, and she was a joy to talk to as well. And it's been nice, staying in touch with her.
And she was our very first guest on this podcast, essentially, right at the very, 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 very beginning. And she's lovely, too. I've hosted her here at my house for visiting before. And we've gone on a few Sierra party-related adventures in the past and met some cool people. So she's wild in a good way, really in a hardworking good way.
Cool. Yes. No, she's cool. Yeah, just talking to everybody is a lot of fun. I guess I'll just mention one more. Sean Mills. That was probably one of the best conversations I've ever had. Well, we talked forever.
Right.
Yeah, he was on the podcast
we talked for about
too.
2
My
hours.
gosh, that's beautiful.
Just keep talking because he could talk about adventure games forever.
Yeah, well, you got like he's the source for the book, and then there's IQ. So it's like either one of those is like a 4-hour fork in the road. Like I could talk about everything Infamous Quest did, and that he was doing with Stephen Alexander for a bunch of hours, or just talk about everything he did in the book for a bunch of hours.
Yeah,
amazing people out there in the community. And speaking of a couple of hours, we've had a couple of hours chatting about too. And I mean, this is only about one game. I mean, imagine if we tried doing an episode about a variety of games. It'd be twice as long. And I think that's what's cool about adventure gamers and people that are passionate about the nerdy, intricate side of things is we just want to get together and talk about the games. It's so much fun. And I often say thank you to my dad. And I think you, Matt, and you, Paul, are doing the same thing. Like, thanks for being a bit of a Sierra obsessive. Thanks for just randomly bringing home these games and shoving them in our faces and saying, play this Sierra game. Because, it's kind of luck of the draw that's going to happen. Our dad saw something in these games, and it has literally changed our whole lives.
Right, and they were Robert Holmes style dads, They
were all good dads.
Yeah, it really have. Yeah, you just mentioned changing lives, and yeah, I would be a very different person without this sort of background. Like, sometimes people ask me, like, why do you talk about these games? And my only answer is, they're in my brain. I can't get rid of them. I for better and for worse, this is what's in there. It's been marinating since I was 8 years old.
It's true.
And it's not going anywhere. So
look, I could romanticize this all day, but frankly, it's stuck in there. It's
in there. We've done like over 185, getting close to 170 episodes talking about just that now. So.
Yes,
we totally get it.
Well, and what's crazy to me is that there's still a lot of games I haven't played.
Yeah.
Right.
I haven't played Broken Sword or Grim Fandango, like some bloody classics.
Oh, I love Grim Fandango.
Great game. I played it, the original.
The one that I think people are surprised by for me, I still have not played Fate of Atlantis. That's the one people request a lot. I've not played Fate of Atlantis.
I said it on our episode about it, Fate of Atlantis, because I want to, in case for when you do play it, I want to have this conversation with you. I think it might be the closest to a perfect adventure game. And it
does walk you through nicely,
like to hear your thoughts when you're done. Yeah, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's probably the closest to a perfect game.
Gotcha.
And I'm a Sierra first person. Like, I love my Sierra games more than anything. So I almost hate to give it to a Lucas game because I'm also petty.
Yeah.
But that was my takeaway from that.
I think that's probably the biggest gap in my classic adventure game knowledge. Oh, I know I said I played all the Quest for Glory games except for 5. I only got halfway through Shadows of Darkness. I want to finish it, but it was one of those. You get to a place and you're in a game and then you get distracted and then you don't come back to it because reasons.
Yeah,
it does. It's like you mentioned, Paul, when you go back to something you coded a year ago and you're like, "What the heck was that?" I feel like that with save files all the time. I'm like, "What the hell was I doing?" Especially if it's a really complicated game too. And I'm like you're not even playing these kinds of games, but like Civ or something, and I'm like 20 deep into something, and I had all these tactics in my head. I go to bed, I wake up the next morning, I'm like, whose game is this?
Yeah. Oh, Matt, you do software development and stuff too, so it's like you get that scared feeling when you have to go back to your old code. Like, oh boy, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. And you can't blame anity else for it either. That's the
you can't ask for help from anybody either because it's your own stupid brain that got it into that problem. And it's cathartic to hear you say that. So thanks for listening. Thank you, first of all. Thanks, Matt OneShortEye, for coming over.
Thank you. I'd love to come back anytime.
Yes, thank you for offering that. Yes. Because I could do a whole episode with you on speed running for starters. I have this weird version of Scum BM that I think is from your community that I have just a lot of questions about.
And I want to
Yes.
interview you. So, I mean, I've got so many questions for you that I held back because this is a Conquest of the Longbow episode. And Paul's like, all right, we're going to stay on topic. I'm like,
I know, it's really tempting to just dive into how you make your videos would be a fun one. Dagger Bomb on Raw would be a fun one. So yeah, all right. Well, thank you for coming. Everybody, go subscribe to his channel. I'm sure sometimes I feel like we forget to actually just hit that. Just if you could just hit that button, the subscribe one. That would be super, because that's what helps YouTubers out. So I'm told. And also you have another channel, OneShortEye Speedruns.
Yes, I think that's what it's called, right? Yeah, OneShortEye Speedruns. That's where I kind of dump anything that I don't want to edit and I don't think is like a wide audience appeal thing. So like where I put my speed runs, because nobody actually wants to watch speed runs normally. So I put those and just random things that like I don't care about how well it does in the algorithm.
Right. Okay. And that's got to be a lot of our audience has to be that kind of stuff too. So they want to check out like the nitty gritty side. Exactly. Because I'll put stuff like that on like while I'm working kind of thing, where it's like I'm not just watching it, but I need something on that's, you adventure.
Yeah, and that's where like I put the full interview with Chris Jewsbury, who did Gabriel Knight 20th Anniversary Edition. So sometimes I'll put like full interviews on there when I'm like, this isn't really going to play well on the main channel, but people might be interested if they're huge. Yeah.
How to climb Rosella, or how to get Rosella to climb the whale tongue. Like
yes.
Started in a whole different direction than it ended up. Okay, well, everybody check out those YouTubes, and then I forgot I was doing the ending. Sorry. So what else? What else do we tell them? We tell them that we're a page in a group on Facebook, and you could go. Yep. You could go say words there, and you could send us an email at mail@classicgamersguild.com, and we're on. Yeah, we're on YouTube at CGG Podcast. We're on Twitter at CGG Podcast. That's mostly Anna. We're on Twitter at Phantom Fellows. That's still mostly Anna. You could say hi there. Wishlist our game to phantomfellows.com. Especially if you sincerely, if you like Longbow, then I'm trying real hard to hit that kind of note. With this amount of, with that amount of detail. I mean, Jesus Christ, but I'm doing my best to have this style of game where it rewards exploration. You click and do things and get pleasantly surprised by custom responses and things like that. So if you like this game, you might just bloody like mine. We'll all find out soon. Wishlist that. And then thank you to our Patreons. Thank you so much to Brian Manal. And to Michael. Michael, I saw a bunch of pictures of you hanging out with like trolls and stuff, I think, at Adventure X. So that's very, very cool. If you guys want to become a Patreon, you could do that too. You could do that too. So I'm just gonna sorry, I sound like a robot who's shutting down. What else do we say? I think we said all of it.
I think that's most of it. Oh, and thanks for the comments on our YouTube video. It's we're not used to getting this close of a connection with people watching our stuff. Usually we get it from lovely email messages. So it's nice. We might even go in and actually respond to them. So thank you for actually watching it enough to get an opinion on it and then responding to it.
Yeah, we're still thinking about that. We're still figuring that all out. But this one is just audio because frankly, video is just a whole other thing. It was super hard. But what do you? I said the picture. I think I said everything. I feel there's a lot of pressure to say all the right things. Oh, Adventure Game Hotspot Network. Our friends there. Check out, of course, OneShortEye and Adventure Game Geek and Space Quest Historian and Conversations with Curtis and the Hotspot themselves will have all their latest works linked in the thing below. Thanks for listening. I gotta pee. Don't do a murder.